That's okay.
Morning. I'm having a little trouble with the audio, but I fix it.
Can you hear me?
I could hear you.
Brian, can you hear me? It's like freezing in my house. I'm not ready for
My
it.
house was like that too. I had to turn on my fireplace. It's
I
too
know
hot.
that's I just turned on the heat. My daughter's
Yeah, my husband turned off my boiler, but my fireplace still worked because it's gas, so I had to. It's too cold.
Whoever owned this house before me converted the fireplace to electric.
Oh, bummer.
Right?
Bummer.
Well, anyway. I was like, why would anybody do
I
that?
think fall is officially here.
I know. Agree. Well, actually, I think fall's gone and winter's here.
Yeah, I hope not.
I know. I hope not. So. Do you already have your test set up to take or not yet?
No, not yet.
You just finished your class?
No, I actually did my X-ray license, I would say 4 years ago. Now my doctor wants me to go for the RDA, so I need to do my CDA first before I can
Right.
do my RDA.
Right.
And I need to do phlebotomy as well because she wants me to start her IVs. Because I work for a surgeon.
No. I worked for neurosurgeon for 10 years.
Yeah, so she wants me to start her IV. So when she goes in,
Wow. I hope she's paying
ready.
you a pretty penny.
Yeah, she's very generous.
That's good. Like she wants you to go to phlebotomy school too? My
Yeah.
gosh. She just wants to walk in, take the teeth out, and be done.
Yep.
Fair enough.
And we're gonna go into cosmetic with the plasma and all that stuff. So
Do you guys do filler already?
right now, the only thing we're doing is Botox.
Yeah.
She did buy the machine to spin the blood, but she only using the plasma like when she does wisdom teeth or she does implant or sinus lift. She said it helps with the healing, but eventually she wants to move to the plasma, the vampire facials, and all that.
Cool.
I think Brian's it's in already.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Finally. Whew. Sorry about that, guys.
No worries.
Morning.
Good morning. I'm Miss Sullivan. We're a teacher.
Sullivan.
I know it says Lois Hammer, but that's just because she runs this and she's like, can you just open the Zoom meeting for me?
Oh, I see.
Oh.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Nice to meet you too. I guess we'll wait until 9 o'clock. I don't even know how many people are coming to the course today, but
I see. Okay.
you guys have your MDA book, right?
Yeah, I do.
It looks
Yes.
like this.
Yes. Got it.
Okay. You don't need the book. I just want to make sure I'm
Oh, okay.
from a book that you have.
Oh, I see. I see.
If you don't have it, that's fine. What I'm gonna do, I'll do PowerPoint. And I actually found this really cool online thing that goes with this book with the infection control. That's kind of like a quiz and little videos and hi.
Morning.
How are you? Good morning.
Morning.
Can you hear me? Oh, she's connecting now. Good morning. I can't hear you.
I think she has it off. She has to unmute the microphone. There you go. She
Sounds
got it.
good.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
morning.
How are you?
Good. I know it says Lois Hammer, but she runs the review, and I'm the teacher, Miss Sullivan, Nicole. So,
Nicole Sullivan.
yeah. So, she's like,
This
can
is
you
Aileen.
open the class for me? I've got 4 other classes open. I'm like, yeah. So my name is wrong on there, so just ignore
That's okay.
that. So what I try to do is this is a 2-day course. So the first day, what I do is go through and do all the stuff from this book that you guys have. The second day, what I like to do is, now I know you guys don't have this other book, but I do. This is called Infection Control. So what this is it's just more, it's still approved, but it's just a little bit more detailed. So today we'll do the MDA book, and I'll do all my PowerPoints and stuff like that. And then next week, I'll use that, but I'll do PowerPoints. And if you guys want me to, put that into either a Google Classroom or just so you can go back and see the PowerPoints when you want, I'm totally fine with that. Happy to do it for you. And then what I would like to do is I'm gonna open up during our little lunch break or whatever. I'm gonna open up a couple tests for you guys, like practice tests. You don't have to take them today. You don't have to take them at all. But what it does is you can take the test. It gives you the results right away. It tells you what you did wrong. It gives you the right answers. And I teach dental assisting, so I have like access to all these really awesome things. So I'll open up a few tests for you, and then I'll do the same next week. And just so you guys can kind of go back and review, you can take the test as many times as you want. It doesn't really matter. I'll tell you when to close. I'll leave it open for like a month.
Okay.
So you can just go back and take it. And if at any time you guys, like right before your test or something, if you want to text me and just be like, hey, can you open up a test? I can do that for you too. Okay. I know,
great.
like I'll give you my phone number. Just kind of when you text me, just be like, can you open an infection control test? Because all due respect, I teach radiology, I teach dental assisting, so I'm kind of all over the board. So just remind me what kind of test you want me to open,
Okay.
and I can always open it up for you, right? And if you guys, nobody scheduled their test yet, right?
No.
No. Okay. So, all right. So I don't know if this is it, but we're gonna get started. If anybody else joins us, they joined. So what I'm gonna do is, I have to share my screen with you guys. Okay. Give me a second. I got all this stuff ready, and then everything like expires. They don't want to.
Evolve.
I just happen to have the online stuff too, which is pretty awesome. So
Nice.
now let me remember where I found this. So nobody has, but they gave me this over COVID because I was still teaching my class. So I was looking through this earlier in the week, and it's pretty cool. And I think it's very informative. So, and it's sort of interactive. There's not that many of us, so I think it'll be good for us to do. And then we'll do because PowerPoints are boring. They'll help you, but this might just kind of get you reacclimated. I don't know. Have you guys like taken a course, or you're doing it yourself, or?
No, me particular, I haven't taken any courses other than the radiology.
Okay. So I know this is pretty fast paced. Slow me down if you don't understand something. I'm happy to, stop and give you more information. These have quizzes. I would just say their quizzes are like 4 questions each. If you just want to take them together just to kind of give you a
Refresher. Yeah.
all right.
Oh, Natalie's here.
Is this what I wanted to do? I don't know if this is, oh yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. All right. So in your modern dental assisting book, one of the things you're going to need to know for infection control is disease transmission, especially with everything going on today. All right. So, and my suggestion to you is take this infection control test as soon as you can, because come 2021, I know OSHA is going to change all their rules because of COVID and everything. So, and I don't know if this book will then be obsolete. So my high advice is to, like, as soon as you feel ready, get out there and take this test. Okay.
Will they schedule you right away?
Uh, I know they're having to do less people in the schedule,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know where you schedule. I'm down in Marlton, so we usually schedule in Atlantic City, which I'm sure is not where you guys schedule. So I don't really know how yours works. Because you guys are up north, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So I would, as soon as you feel like, all right, let's just do this, because no, it's not. It takes at least probably a few weeks, at least I would think, to schedule it, and it's a lot of information, but it's not information, especially if you already work in an office. You probably know a lot of it,
Mm-hmm.
but you have to really know the nitty-gritties for the test. And when
Okay.
you work in an office, some offices tend to get lackadaisical, and that's just, that's life. But for infection control, they're pretty stringent on it. But like I said, I know the rules are going to change in 2021 because CDC is putting forth all of these recommendations now, but they don't become law until OSHA, states it. So just kind of remember that and try to get out there and take this as soon as you can.
Okay.
All right, so this is just saying how important infection control is. It would be difficult to overstate the importance of using optimal infection control techniques in the dental office, again, especially now. Before we begin examining these individual techniques in detail, let's look how infections are spread. All right, a process known as disease transmission. Armed with this knowledge, we will begin to understand how microorganisms, such as bacteria and viruses, gain access to new individuals and what influence we can exert on the spread of infection. Although this lesson focuses on disease transmission in the dental office, you can readily apply that information to learn the prevention of infection from one family member to another in your own home as well. Excuse me, just slow me down if I'm going too fast. I tend to. So if you know the chain of infection, you can break the links of the chain. Okay, if you know the modes of disease transmission, you can use infection control to prevent disease transmission. And if you know how the immune system prevents disease, you can determine your own susceptibility to the diseases around you. All right. I don't care about that. All right, we'll go over this in the chapter. So I don't know if I want to do this. You know what? Let's do this after so I can kind of go over the chapter, and that way you guys can actually do this. Because if you didn't take the course, then you won't know about that yet. So let's start with the downloads. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I think I have to share a new screen with you. Sorry. You guys can't see anything now, right?
It just says microbiology.
Oh, everybody can see. I can't see you. So as long as you can see this, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, it just says
Yep.
microbiology.
That's
chapter
fine.
2.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. But you can still hear me too, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. So microbiology is the study of microorganisms. Micro means microscopically small. Bio means living organisms. Okay. So microbiology is the study of small living organisms. The dental assistant needs a foundation in microbiology to understand the nature of pathogens and how to prevent the transmission of disease in the dental office. So there's two major oral diseases that are bacteria infection. We have dental caries, which is a cavity, decay, and periodontitis. A lot of these people are going to be on your test. I know that for a fact. So just make sure you know the names. Aristotle believed that life arose from muck, decaying food, warm rain, or dirty shirts. Antony von Leeuwenhoek used a primitive microscope to observe stagnant water, hay infusions, and scrapings from the teeth. John Tyndall discovered that some bacteria existed in two forms, heat stable and heat sensitive, and Joseph Lister was the first to recognize the role of airborne microorganisms in post-surgical infection. Robert Koch, super important, he developed a two-part dish for growing bacteria and a technique for isolating pure colonies of bacteria. Julius Petrie, you probably recognize his last name as the Petri dish. Petri plates, dishes used to isolate bacterial colonies were named after him. Louis Pasteur, hopefully that rings a bell with you too. He was the father of microbiology. He developed the process of pasteurization and discovered the first vaccine for rabies. This is a Petri dish or a Petri plate. If you ever took biology in secondary education, you probably remember using one of these, or if you went to some sort of dental assisting school, you probably remember this also.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Oh, I didn't mean to.
As you're reading along, I don't
Yes.
know about you guys, but I only see the microbiology slide. Okay, now
Oh, okay. That's what I was wondering. I apologize.
Yeah, no, you
Okay.
were still in the micro. Okay, perfect.
Okay, so I'll just do it like this. Last time I don't think anyone could see either, so I was like, well, I thought I fixed it, but maybe I didn't. So
Yeah.
I
Okay.
apologize.
That's good.
Okay, so this is the Petri dish. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me, because I see only what I see. So, okay. So Koch's postulates. These state that the microbial agent must be found in every case of the disease, that the microorganisms must be isolated and grown in a pure culture. The microorganism must cause the same disease when inoculated into a susceptible animal, and the same microbial agent must be recovered from the inoculated animal. Okay, so this sounds more confusing than it is. Basically what it's saying is in order for this to be considered a microorganism, the agent has to be found in every case of the disease. So every time they find a disease, they want to find the same microbial agent in it. What they're saying is when they grow it in a pure culture and they put it into an animal and then they take it out of an animal, it has to be the same. So that's his theory. So a fluid was removed from the medulla dog of a rabid dog. So the dog had rabies. They took it out of the dog. They mixed it with saline and injected it into the rabbits. Okay. And then the virus migrated to the spinal cord and brains of the rabbits, but it was still that rabies. Okay. The spinal cord from the last rabbit was removed and dried into a powder mixed with liquid to be injected into humans and dogs to prevent rabies. Brian, this might not apply to you, but when you nurse your children, you give them their antibodies, okay? So same basic principle. We're taking the disease and we're creating antibodies for it and putting it into other people so that they can't get it. All right, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. This is just a picture. Hey, Lou. These are the major groups of microorganisms. You have bacteria, Rickettsia, algae, protozoa, fungi, prions, and viruses. And we're going to talk about all of them. So, all right. So what is bacteria? Bacteria is a large group of one-celled microorganisms that vary in size, shape, and arrangement. Pathogenic bacteria grow best at 98.6 degrees. Everybody recognizes that as our own temperature, right? In a moist, dark environment. Skin, respiratory tract, gastrointestinal are inhabited by a variety of harmless bacteria called normal flora. Okay, and they travel throughout the body. They're in the mouth, they're in the intestinal tract. They're normal. Okay, just because it's a bacteria doesn't mean it's a bad one. Infection occurs when bacteria occurring naturally in one part of the body invade another part of the body and become harmful. All right, so not all bacteria is bad. There's a few different shapes of bacteria. We have spherical, coccus or plural cocci. It reproduces by dividing in two. So the cocci that forms chains are also called streptococci. So when you go and get like a strep test, this is what they're testing for. Cocci that form irregular groups or clusters are called staphylococci. Okay, so we have the spherical or the round shaped, and then we have rod shaped, which are bacillus or bacilli, and then spiral or spirillum or spirilla. And these are just the different shapes of the bacteria. All right, and here's what they look like. So the spherical or coccus shaped come in pairs, they come in singles, they come in chains and clusters. The bacillus or the rod shaped bacteria also come in pairs and singles. They also come in chains, but the third type, they don't come in clusters, they come in flagellated bacilli, which are basically the bacillus with like a tail on the end of it. Spirochete or the spiral come in Borrelia, so they're single, but they're long. The wavelengths are irregular. They come in treponema, which are very short wavelengths, but they're shorter but longer. And then spirillum are short and even. This is what it looks like under a microscope. This is streptococci. So again, these are, looks like chains of them. Okay, well here we have pairs, here we have chains, so you can see the different type. We have some single ones back here. All right. So these are just colonies of them, just in their different forms. This is staphylococci. Again, this is a petri dish. This might be somebody with an infection, but you see how they have the different sets of them. They have clusters. So bacteria are gram-positive and gram-negative. Hans Christian Gram developed a 4-step staining process for separating bacteria into 2 groups. Gram staining requires the sequential use of crystal violet dye, iodine solution, alcohol, and a safranin dye. The bacteria that are stained with the dye are classified as gram-positive. So the ones that get stained appear dark purple under the microscope. And the ones that are not consistently stained are classified as gram variable, also known as gram negative. Okay, so the ones that come out really dark, this is gram positive stain. So see how they're dark colored on here. And gram negative, it's a different color. It's lighter. All right, so you see the difference between the two of them. These come out dark purple, these come out kind of a lighter red. Need for oxygen. Aerobes are a variety of bacteria that require oxygen to grow. Anaerobes are bacteria that grow in the absence of oxygen and are destroyed by oxygen. Okay, so if you think of aerobic or anaerobic activity, same thing. Aerobic or aerobes require oxygen to grow. Anaerobic or anaerobes do not require oxygen and actually are destroyed by oxygen. Facultative anaerobes are organisms that can grow in the presence or the absence of oxygen. Okay, so the facultative anaerobes, the oxygen doesn't kill them. It can grow in the absence of oxygen, or it can also grow in the presence. Some types of bacteria form a capsule or protective layer that cover the cell wall. They're generally virulent or capable of causing serious disease. The capsule increases the bacteria's ability to resist the defense mechanisms of the body, and the capsule may also prevent antibiotic agents from having an effect on the bacteria. It basically creates this unpenetrable wall around it. Okay, if you think about a pill, a capsule, like inside is the actual medication, but the capsule keeps it all in there and kind of keeps it safe so you can swallow it. Same type of thing. So you have these you have these cells, and then they create a capsule around themselves that doesn't allow anything to get in and kill it, which makes it dangerous because even antibiotics can't get through some of those cell walls. Some bacteria change into a highly resistant form called spores. Spores are bacteria that remain alive in the spore form but are inactive. All right. Spores represent the most resistant form of life known. They can survive extremes of heat, dryness, even in the presence of disinfectant and radiation. Harmless spores are used to test the effectiveness of the techniques for sterilizing dental instruments. And we're going to learn about this, but if you look on the back of the disinfectants that you're using, it'll tell you what it kills. So a sporicidal disinfectant is going to take care of these. Anything that doesn't say that is not going to be as potent, and we'll go over that as well. Rickettsiae are short, non-movable rods that normally live in the intestinal tract of insects, such as lice, fleas, ticks, and mosquitoes. They are very small and require host cells to reproduce. Diseases caused by Rickettsiae include typhus and Rocky Mountain spotted fever, and it's transmitted to humans by way of biting of the infected insect. Algae range from microscopic single-cell organisms to larger multiple-cell organisms such as seaweed and kelp. All algae contain chlorophyll, as well as pigments that cause them to appear yellow, green, brown, or red. Algae are found in an abundance in both freshwater and marine habitats, and most algae do not produce human disease. Protozoa is a large group of single-celled organisms. Some can remain viable as cysts for long periods outside of their hosts. Most do not cause disease, but some live in hosts and do cause damage. A small number of protozoa are responsible for intestinal infections in human beings. Others invade the blood, lungs, liver, or brain. Fungi are plants such as mushrooms, yeast, and molds that lack chlorophyll. Candida is a common yeast found in the oral cavity of about half the population. Again, just because you have Candida doesn't mean you have candidiasis, which is like a yeast infection in your mouth, or thrush. We all have these things in there. It's just that they're not overactive all the time. So it doesn't mean that it's an infection. It just means that it's living in there. It also is found in the gastrointestinal tract, female genital tract, and sometimes the skin. Cross-infection may occur between mother and baby or among infant siblings. Oral candidiasis is caused by the yeast Candida albicans. All forms of candidiasis are considered opportunistic infections. They're found in patients who are very young, very old, or very ill. I would like to change that and say mostly found in patients who are young, old, or ill. Okay, you can still get thrush if you're not, but these are the basic candidates for this. It's characterized by white membranes on the surface of the oral mucosa, tongue, and elsewhere in the oral cavity. And lesions may look like thin cottage cheese and can be wiped off to reveal raw, red, and sometimes bleeding base. It looks something like this. So someone comes into your office and they have something that looks like this, chances are they have thrush. Babies get it a lot from nursing. Older people too, because especially older people with dentures get it on their tongue. Because the cleanliness of the dentures it's difficult to keep them clean all the time. The salivary flow is different when you have a set of fake teeth, so it happens a lot in the very old and very young. Prions are small proteinaceous infectious particles. They are composed entirely of proteins that lack nucleic acid, so they don't have DNA or RNA. Until the discovery of prions, it was believed that any agent capable of transmitting disease had to be made up of genetic material composed of nucleic acids. So what prions do is they convert normal protein molecules into dangerous ones by causing the normal ones to change their shape. So change in the shape is going to cause a differential that can make a regular molecule into something dangerous. Prions are new and they are a separate class, unlike bacteria, fungi, viruses, and all other known pathogens. Because what they're basically doing is just kind of coming in, invading, and if a normal cell is shaped like this, they're making it shaped like this, and it's then dangerous because it's no longer its regular self. Prion diseases, mad cow disease is a prion disease. Excuse me, I'm sorry, my allergies are acting up today. It's linked to human diseases such as Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which is a rare form of dementia, and possibly Alzheimer's, but they are not 100% sure about that yet. Prion-caused diseases have been found in human beings and animals. They are highly resistant to heat, chemical, and irradiation, and there's no treatment or vaccine against prion diseases, and the only preventative measure is not eating suspect food. All right, so I think there is more, FDA has upped its ante since the mad cow disease came out. Does it still happen once in a while, but we're pretty specific about what we let out into the public at this point. Ongoing research to determine whether prions that consist of other proteins play a part in a more common neurodegenerative conditions such as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. These three disorders have marked similarities. As with all prion diseases, these neuropathic diseases occur sporadically, but sometimes run in families. They are doing a lot of testing right now on Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, and they are noticing that there is a gene that is carried down from them. Parkinson's is typically in males, but not always. So they are doing a lot more research with these now, trying to find how they're contracted, because there's really no, it's not like you contract it, it's not like you get cancer or just all of a sudden everything starts to change in the cells, and they're not 100% sure how it happens, but it looks like there may be some genealogy behind it. Viruses are much smaller than bacteria. Despite their tiny size, many viruses cause fatal diseases. New and increasingly destructive viruses are being discovered and have caused the creation of a special area within microbiology called virology. Viruses can live and multiply only inside an appropriate host cell. The host cell can be, however, human, animal, plant, or bacteria. A virus invades a host cell. It replicates or produces copies of itself and then destroys the host cell, so the viruses are released into the body. So basically it goes into the cell, carbon copies itself, kills the cell, and goes into the body to cause a virus. Viruses can exhibit specificity or preference for particular cell types to which it wants to replicate. Some other viruses are able to cause disease in more than one organ, And some viruses can cross the placenta and infect the fetus as well. Some viruses establish a latent or dormant state in the host cells. A latent virus can be reactivated in the future and produce more infective viral particles, followed by signs and symptoms of the disease. Stress, another viral infection, and exposure to ultraviolet light can reactivate the virus. HIV has a latency period of months to years. Hepatitis C is known to have a latency period of 15 to 25 years. Another virus that can lay latent, which we see a lot in the dental field, is people come in with herpetic infections, cold sores, or inside their mouth, and somebody can have a cold sore outbreak and not have it again for 10 years. And then something else will bring it on, like stress or fatigue, and then they'll have another outbreak. The treatment of viral diseases. Viruses cause many clinically significant diseases in human beings. General antibiotics are ineffective in preventing or curtailing viral infections. And even the few drugs that are effective against some specific viruses have limitations. Viruses are also capable of mutation, and it is very difficult to develop vaccines against viruses because of the ability of viruses to change their genetic code. All right, so they keep changing. Even the flu, you know, there's different strains of it. So even if you go and get a flu shot, it doesn't mean you're not going to get the flu. It means you're not going to get that strain of the flu. I don't know if anybody's ever gone and gotten a flu shot and then gotten the flu and you're like, oh, why did I get it? But it's because it can mutate itself into different strains and forms. Viral diseases are transmitted by direct contact, insects, blood transfusions, contaminated food or water, and inhalation of droplets expelled by coughing or sneezing, as we're seeing now with COVID-19. Viruses are easily destroyed in the external environment. Chemicals such as chlorine, bleach, iodine, phenol, and formaldehyde easily and effectively destroy viruses on surfaces and objects. These agents are too toxic to be used internally. I repeat, do not ingest or shoot yourself up with bleach, regardless of what you heard. All right, it's too toxic. All right, does anyone have any questions about what we talked about so far?
If I want to go back to everything that we just going, is that on the dental assistant book?
Yes, so this is MDA chapter 18.
Okay.
This is just like the PowerPoint of all the specific stuff. And again, if you guys want me to create like a Google Classroom where you can just go in and go back to, I learn better from PowerPoints than reading. Some people learn better from reading. Some people like both. So I'm happy to just take all these PowerPoints and stick them into a Google Classroom for you guys. And then you could just go back whenever you want and look at it.
That'd be great.
It's up to you. I mean,
Good idea.
I can email you all the PowerPoints too, but it starts to
Yeah.
get lost in the
Yeah.
shuffle. So I find if everything's in one place. So before everybody leaves today, just make sure, does everybody have a Gmail account?
Oh
I
yeah.
have an MSN.
What?
I have an MSN.
You have an MSN. So
Yes.
I think I'm trying to figure it out. I feel like for Google Classroom, Gmail always gets in and everything else sometimes gets lost in the mix.
Okay.
So I don't know if before next week you can create a I mean, it's no big deal to create a Gmail
yeah,
account for
I
yourself.
could definitely do that.
And that way you can get in and I'll put all the PowerPoints, not only from your MDA book, but also from that green book I showed you earlier.
Uh-huh.
And even though you don't have that book, and I know my last, the last review that I taught, they were like, we don't have this book. And I ended up like emailing them all the PowerPoints, but it's so much easier to just go into a classroom and be able to see it whenever you want. So I'll just open up a Google Classroom for you guys, and you can just go in and look at it whenever you want.
Okay. I
'Cause you don't
definitely
necessarily
appreciate,
need that green book,
email.
especially if I do PowerPoints on everything for you. So if you're okay with that, just if everybody has a Gmail account or can create one, and then I'll just put you all in a classroom and you can just go in and look at it whenever you want.
All right, that's great.
Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, viral hepatitis. There are 5 types of viral hepatitis. Each of them are caused by a different virus. So we have Hep A, Hep B, Hep C, Hep D, Hep E. Hepatitis A can affect anyone. It's spread from person to person when something is put in the mouth that has been contaminated with the stool of a person with hepatitis A. So the transmission of Hep A is fecal oral. All right. If you have good personal hygiene, you are not going to contract hepatitis A from anybody. Wash your hands after changing a diaper or using the bathroom. If you do contract hepatitis A, it is the least serious form of viral hepatitis. There is a vaccine that is available, and it provides long-term prevention in persons older than 2 years old. You don't see a lot of people getting hepatitis A. But it's out there, so I have to tell you about it. Hepatitis B is big in the dental field, okay? And this is basically what we worry about. This is a serious disease that may result in prolonged illness, liver cancer, cirrhosis of the liver, liver failure, and death. Bloodborne diseases that may also be transmitted by other body fluids, including saliva. Anyone who has ever had the disease and people who have been exposed but have not been ill may be carriers of HBV and may actually be spreading the infection to other people. This presents a high risk for dental personnel because dental treatment brings them into the contact with saliva and blood. Hep B immunization. I believe you can't even work in a dental office. I say you can't. Again, there's offices that will allow things that other offices won't, but you are supposed to be vaccinated against hepatitis B. And I feel like now, I mean, my kids are a little older, but I feel like now they even do the Hep B vaccine at birth, if I'm not wrong. But highly effective vaccine is available to prevent Hep B. All dental personnel with a chance of occupational exposure should be vaccinated against it. The OSHA bloodborne pathogen standard requires that the employer offer the Hep B vaccination at no cost to the employee within 10 days of initial assignment to the position in which there's a chance of occupational exposure to blood or other body fluids. So if you work at the front desk, that's one thing, but if you work in the back, your boss is supposed to offer you a Hep B shot free of charge. I mean, not they're going to give it to you, but they have to pay for it within 10 days of taking that job, if you don't already have it. The employee has the right to refuse the offer. However, you have to sign a release indicating that you were offered the vaccine, and if you contract it, your boss is off the hook. Okay, Hep C is the most efficiently transmitted through blood, through transfusion or percutaneous exposure to blood. So like needle stick injury to an employee in a dental office, sharing of contaminated needles amongst drug users, or tattoo needles. All right, so a lot of people that have been incarcerated, when they're in prison, they do their own tattoos. They're called like stick and poke. But because they're not cleaning the needles in between, a lot of times they contract hepatitis C. That's how they're getting it in there, because it is bloodborne. The carrier rate for HCV is higher than that of HBV. There is no vaccine against it. There is no cure for it. There are treatments that can control the effects, but the CDC guidelines now recommend a one-time HCV screening for all baby boomers, which are beyond our scope. I think baby boomer, I want to say, is it 55 and up? Might even be older now. I don't know how old this Oh, no, 2018. So I think 55 and up. Hep D is a defective virus that cannot replicate itself without the presence of HBV, sorry. Therefore, infection with HDV may occur simultaneously with a co-infection of Hep B, or may occur in a Hep B carrier, but you can't get hepatitis D if you don't already have or are a carrier for hepatitis B. So if you've had the vaccine for Hep B, there's no way you can possibly get hepatitis D. Does that make sense, or did I confuse everybody?
Mm-mm.
Okay. You can't have one without the other. Persons with a co-infection of HBV and HDV often have more severe acute disease and a higher risk of death than those with hepatitis B alone. Vaccination against HBV also prevents infection of HDV. So when you go and get your Hep B vaccination, you're also vaccinating yourself against hepatitis D. Hepatitis E is not transmitted through bloodborne contact. It's most frequently transmitted by way of fecal oral routes through contaminated food or water. It's mostly seen in underdeveloped countries, and it is not really a big concern in the dental office. It's mainly like contaminated water in like third world countries. You'll see hepatitis E. It's not really something that we deal with a lot in this area. Human immunodeficiency virus, or HIV, is a bloodborne viral disease. It's an infection in which the body's immune system breaks down. AIDS is caused by HIV. If you have HIV, it doesn't mean you have AIDS. AIDS is caused by HIV. When HIV enters the body, it infects special T cells and slowly kills them. As more and more of the T cells die, the body's ability to fight the infection weakens, and a person with HIV infection may remain healthy for many, many years. AIDS is considered to develop in an HIV positive person when he or she becomes sick with serious illness and infection that occur with HIV. AIDS comes because the patient is at that point immunocompromised and open to catching the autoimmune deficiency syndrome. Okay, so HIV comes first. That can remain latent in your system for years. You can be healthy with HIV for years. If you take care of yourself, you may not ever get AIDS. HIV is spread by sexual contact with an infected person and through needle sharing amongst drug users. It used to be you could get it from a blood transfusion back in the 80s, but now with all the tests they do when you give blood, there's literally 0% risk of that at this point. Babies born to HIV infected mothers may become infected before or during birth or after birth while breastfeeding. In non-dental healthcare settings, workers have been infected with HIV after being stuck with needles containing HIV-infected blood. It's really hard in the dental field to contract HIV. I'm not saying don't be careful, because you should treat every patient as if they have every disease that we list here, but it is more difficult than you think to contract this disease. Hep B, not so much. This, yes. All right, so this is just, we talked about this earlier, the herpes simplex virus. Herpes simplex 1, we see in a lot of patients. It causes oral lesions. Herpes simplex 2, we're not going to see that. You won't see that in your office. That causes genital lesions. The herpes zoster virus causes shingles and chickenpox. Cytomegalovirus is normally latent. It doesn't cause disease, but may become active when the immune system is damaged. Once active, is it highly contagious and transmitted through most body fluids. And then we have the Epstein-Barr virus. Epstein-Barr is otherwise known as the kissing disease, or I'm having a moment. Oh my God, what's the name of it?
Mono?
Thank you, mononucleosis. I'm like, buh.
I got you.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. So these are all part of the same zoster, okay? They're different sects of the same virus, all right? So these are all the different ways that they can show up in the human. So Epstein-Barr virus causes infectious, oh, it's right here, really? Woo, all right, Nicole. Mononucleosis and Burkitt's lymphoma, which is malignancy of the lymph tissues, also very highly contagious. So again, herpes simplex 1 is a viral infection that causes recurrent sores on the lips. Because they frequently develop when the patient has a cold or fever of another origin, the lesions have become known as fever blisters or cold sores. They are contagious. If somebody is in your office and you see them have some sort of herpetic breakout, cover yourself. I mean, you should be doing that anyway, but you don't ever want to touch a patient without gloves on. You want to make sure you really wash your hands. You want to make sure you're wearing your full PPE at all times, but most importantly with this, because it is highly contagious. Primary herpes, this disease, which is highly contagious, makes its first appearance in very young children and is known as primary herpes. So when it originates, the child may have a slight fever, pain in the mouth, increased salivation, bad breath, and a feeling of illness. Inside of the mouth becomes swollen. Gingiva are inflamed. The healing will begin naturally in 3 days, and the illness is usually over in 7 to 14 days. Supportive measures can be taken to make the child more comfortable, relieve the pain, and prevent secondary infection. That primary infection is typically going to be the worst infection that they get. However, it is now in their system and can come out at any given time. After the initial childhood infection, the HSV lies dormant and reappears later in life as the familiar recurrent fever blister or cold sore. So some people don't even know when they're young that they have it because they're little. And if a parent isn't, you know, in a dental field or, you know, in their, you know, baby's mouth all the time, it could be something you could miss. You could think it's a cold but that's their initial infection. And then later on in life, when they get cold sores, it's not the first time they're getting them. It's just the first time that it's coming to fruition that you notice it. Recurrences tend to take place when a patient's general resistance is lowered due to stress, fever, illness, injury, or exposure to the sun. The use of sunscreen with sun protective factor of 15 helps to prevent sun-induced recurrences of herpes. And attacks may recur as infrequently as once a year or as often as weekly or even daily. And this is what it looks like when it first starts, and this is what it looks like when it's healing. Okay, both of these are active infections. This one's healing, so chances are it is harder to catch this one, but I would still be on my A game with that. Herpes simplex 2 is genital herpes. It's one of the most commonly sexually transmitted diseases in the US. The initial symptoms generally appear 2 to 10 days after infection. It's tingling, itching, burning sensation during urination. Once a person is infected with the virus, outbreaks will recur. Disease can be transmitted only during recurrences. A mother with active vaginal or cervical herpetic lesions at the time of delivery can pass the virus to her newborn. So if you are a female of childbearing age and you do have this in your system, because birth is a time when you are highly stressed, it is always good to let your doctor know that you have this. Other herpes viruses, herpes zoster can cause varicella, which is chickenpox, and shingles, which are extremely painful. It's basically chickenpox in adults. Chickenpox is the primary infection, and zoster represents reactivation of the illness. I also, now they give kids, I'm old, but they give kids chickenpox vaccine now, which we didn't have as a kid. I remember my mom huddling us all in the room and being like, "Go in, your sister has chickenpox, go in there." Like we all got it together. But now they have an immunization that they give children so that they're not getting the chickenpox. Cytomegalovirus can affect the fetus during pregnancy, and then again, Epstein-Barr is responsible for infectious mononucleosis. And oral hairy leukoplakia, if you've never seen it, it looks like giant hairs coming out of the tongue. If you see someone with that, they may have this Epstein-Barr breakout. Major transmission route for herpes virus is through direct contact with lesions. Even when there are no active lesions, there's still the possibility of transmission of the virus through saliva or aerosol spray from the dental handpiece. Because there are no preventative vaccines against herpes, it is essential that precautions be taken to prevent exposure. Protective eyewear is important because a herpes infection in the eye may cause blindness. Gloves protect against infection through lesions or abrasions on the hands. Herpes doesn't just go on your lips. It can go into any cavity. So your eyes, your nose, your mouth. Okay, so you can get like a herpes outbreak on your eye. And I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's horrifying and it really can cause blindness. So that's why our PPE are so important in the room. West Nile virus is commonly found in Africa, West Asia, and Middle East. It has likely been in the US since early 1999. It is carried by mosquitoes. It can affect human beings, birds, horses, and some other mammals. It affects a person's nervous system, causing inflammation of the brain and spinal cord. Symptoms include fever, headache, tiredness, aches, and rash, and occurs primarily in the late summer or early fall. Basically has the symptoms of everything else in the world. So usually we hear about outbreaks of West Nile virus, so just keep your ears open as far as that goes. H1N1 flu virus or swine flu. Again, come 2021, this will include our coronavirus as well, just FY. The swine flu is not related to previous or current human seasonal influenza. It spreads very easily from person to person. The most effective way to protect yourself is to receive the vaccine and practice meticulous hand hygiene. All right, if you want to know more about this, you can go to osap.org. Ebola is rare but often deadly. It causes bleeding inside and outside the body. First case occurred in 1976. It kills up to 90% of people who are affected. It's spread through direct contact with blood and body fluids. A person infected with Ebola is not considered contagious until symptoms appear. The guidelines, it's highly unlikely that someone with Ebola will seek dental care when they are ill. Dental seems to drop to the bottom of everybody's list, especially when they're sick. So CDC and ADA Division of Science advise dental professionals to take medical history, including travel history from their patients. Any patient within 21 days of returning from West African countries may be at risk. And we're advised to delay routine dental care until 21 days have elapsed from their trip. Okay, so if someone's been away, wait the 3 weeks. You certainly, I would assume they wouldn't want to get you sick. And if they come down and are sick, they're not gonna, last thing they want to do is be in the dental office. So Zika virus spread to people primarily through bite of an infected mosquito. The most common symptoms include fever, rash, joint pain, and conjunctivitis. People do not usually get sick enough to go to the hospital, and rarely do they die. It can be spread from pregnant women to the fetus, which has been linked to a serious birth defect called microcephaly. Bacterial diseases. We have tuberculosis, legionnaires, tetanus, syphilis, and methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, or MRSA. Tuberculosis is caused by the bacterium Mycobacterium tuberculosis. It's the leading cause of death resulting from infectious disease worldwide. HIV and tuberculosis are often present together. One of the two diseases is a greater health risk for healthcare workers. That is tuberculosis. Tuberculosis kill time is the benchmark for the effectiveness of a surface disinfectant. Interesting. Legionnaire's disease is Legionella pneumophila. It causes 2 acute bacterial diseases, Ponteic fever and Legionnaire's. The bacteria are transmitted through aerosolization and aspiration of contaminated water. There is no person-to-person transmission. Dental personnel have higher titers of antibodies against this than members of the general public because we are constantly around it. So this is a slide of the bacteria found in dental unit water lines. Just don't know why that's in there, but just to let you know. All right, so this slide right here is why it's important to run your dental lines every day and clean them. Tetanus is also known as lockjaw. It's extremely dangerous and often fatal, caused by spore-forming bacillus found in soil, dust, animal, or human feces. This microbe is usually introduced into the body through a wound or break in the skin, like a puncture wound from a soiled instrument. The disease can be prevented by the administration of a vaccine. However, immunity must be kept current through booster doses. I believe a tetanus shot is good for 10 years. So if you haven't had your tetanus booster within the past 10 years, it's always good to go get a titer for it or an update, okay? Sexually transmitted disease, STD, syphilis. It's caused by Treponema pallidum. They are quite fragile outside the body, but can cross-infect the dental operator through contact with oral lesions. So somebody can have syphilis on their face or on their warm, wet environments on their face as well as genitals. So please make sure, again, that you are fully PPE'd. First stage of syphilis is a painless ulcerating sore known as canker, which is infectious on contact. The second stage is also infectious. Immediate infection may occur as a result of contact with an open sore. The third stage, known as latent syphilis, is usually fatal and may occur after the disease has been dormant for 20 years. Okay? If you see somebody with a sore in your office that looks something like any of these, I would highly recommend having them reschedule.
Wow.
Okay? There is a difference between this and having a herpetic lesion. Now, there's some offices and doctors that will reschedule for a herpes or a cold sore too. There's some that won't. Obviously, it's the doctor's judgment, but it is also your judgment. So if you see someone with a sore that looks like this, that has a very dark center to it, chances are this is syphilis. It is very contagious. It is very painful. And I would obviously have the doctor look at it, but also probably have this patient reschedule. All right. Methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, otherwise known as MRSA. It's a bacteria that is resistant to some antibiotics. This type has evolved due to the excessive use of penicillin antibiotics over the years. MRSA infections can go on the surface of skin or can go into soft tissue and form a boil or abscess. When MRSA first came about and was big, everybody was it's like anything that comes out and is new. But you do need to be aware that MRSA is highly contagious. Chances are it's something like the herpes virus where something like 80% of healthcare workers have it. Like if you go into an ER or the ICU and you would test all the staff for MRSA, chances are they have they probably have the, I don't know what's wrong with me today. It's Sunday. They probably have they would test positive, even though they don't have it, because they have the antibodies to it from being around it. Same thing happens with us. Chances are if we all got tested for herpes, we probably all have it. Just because we're around it so much that we've acquired an antibody to it. Prevention tips for MRSA: always maintain good hand hygiene, never squeeze or drain any sore, keep wound covered until it is healed, don't share personal items such as towels, razors, sheets, and clothes.
I can't see my screen. I don't know if everybody can see it. I just see the Zoom.
You can't see your screen?
I just see Zoom. I like it disappeared. The slide disappeared.
Did anybody else lose their screen?
No, I'm
No.
okay.
I see you on my side, but I see everybody, but
Okay,
not-
so at the bottom of your screen, do you have, looks like a Zoom, your little camera?
I don't see that. Hold on.
It looks like a little video camera.
Yeah, no, I'm looking to see if I see something wrong.
It should be along, I don't know what kind of computer you're using, but it should be along the bottom of the screen.
I'm using the Mac.
Oh, I don't know that much about Mac.
Okay, I got it back.
Okay, I was gonna say, there's probably two things up and you're just in one instead of the other. Okay, you got it back?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Oh, look at us. Pandemic diseases is a global disease outbreak. A pandemic occurs when a new virus or disease emerges for which people have little or no immunity and no vaccine is available. In addition to illness and death, an especially severe influenza pandemic may cause severe disruption resulting from school and business closings and interruption of public transportation and food services. Interesting that we knew this in 2018 and it came to fruition in 2020. Any questions?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. And again, I'm happy to put this slide. Oh, now I've turned my heat on. I'm dying of. And again, I'm happy to put all these slideshows up on the Google Classroom that I create for you. Okay.
Okay.
All right. This is going to be chapter 19 in your MDA. You don't necessarily have to go there. I just want to let you know that. Disease transmission and infection prevention. The dental assistant is at risk of exposure to disease agents through contact with blood and other potentially infectious materials. We all know that. By carefully following infection control and safety guidelines, you can minimize your risk of disease transmission in the dental office. I will tell you, in the history of dental, of all dental, I believe there's only been one case ever, where a dentist has passed something to a patient. Like, of infection control, of like healthcare workers, dental has always been at the height of infection control, because we are really in the front lines even before the pandemic, because so many things are transmitted aerosolly, bloodborne, and we get all of it. So we've always been really, really on top of our infection control, and you should continue to do that. Even if your office doesn't follow these guidelines, you yourself should make sure you protect yourself. Okay. By carefully following blah, blah, blah. Okay, sorry. The chain of infection consists of 6 links. We have the infectious agent, the reservoir, portal of exit, mode of transmission, portal of entry, and then the susceptible host. We saw this earlier, but so when we go back to the other like interactive things that I was working on, you'll see this again. So breaking the chain of infection. So this is the chain of infection. All right. You need all of these things in order to infect somebody else. All right. You need The portal of entry, your host needs to be susceptible. You need to have the infectious agent. You need to have somewhere for it to be sitting. The portal of exit, so you need all of these things. So to break the chain, you can break it anywhere. All right. The infectious agent, so first things first, a pathogen must be present. Bacteria, virus, fungus, parasite, prion, something must be present in order for this chain to occur. An organism must also be virulent. Virulence is the degree of pathogenicity or the strength of the organism and its ability to cause disease. So you not only does the pathogen have to be present, but it has to be in a state where it is become virulent or virus causing. There must be a reservoir or a place where the microorganism live and reproduce. Okay, so example is humans, animals, food, water, bioburden, or contaminated surfaces. That's the reservoir. That's where the microorganism live and reproduce. Maintain excellent hand hygiene and thorough cleaning and disinfection of contaminated surfaces, and this will minimize reservoirs for microorganism. If there is no reservoir for the microorganism to live, you have broken the chain. All right, so everything be kept clean. Wash your hands, disinfect surfaces. There must be a portal of entry. So to cause infection, a pathogen must have a portal of entry or a means of getting into the body. So a portal of entry for airborne pathogens are mouth and nose. How would we stop that? What do we do as dental assistants to stop that portal of entry for ourselves?
Wear the mask and
We wear a mask, we
PPE.
cover it, right? Can't get in if it can't get in. If it's covered, it can't get in, all right? And again, we're finding now that the higher levels of masks are stopping even the most minute pathogens from getting in. So we have the level 1, level 2, level 3, we have the N95, KN95. The higher the degree of the mask you're wearing, the less that can get through. Okay, so as dental assistants, we can stop the chain by wearing a mask, all right? I don't know, you know what? I think the eyes are an entry also, because they have the same ducts. So I say either shield or goggles as well as the mask will prevent everything, all right? Bloodborne pathogens must have access to the blood supply to gain entry to the body. So the only way a bloodborne pathogen can get a portal of entry is through a break in the skin caused by a needle stick, a cut, a human bite. It can also occur through mucous membranes of nose and oral cavity. So again, covering the oral cavities will help. If you have a cut, cover it, wear gloves, right? Cover ourselves so that we can't be susceptible to the portal of entry. If there's no portal of entry, we've broken the chain. We need to have a susceptible host or a person who is unable to resist infection by the pathogen. An individual who's in poor health, chronically fatigued, under extreme stress, or who has weakened immune system is more likely to become infected than someone who isn't. How do we prevent? How do we break the chain? Stay healthy, wash your hands, keep your immunizations up to date. That will help members of the dental team resist infection and stay healthy. Does that always happen? No. If you work in a busy practice, you are probably under stress, you are probably fatigued, but you can wash your hands, try to get enough sleep, try to keep yourself healthy, exercise, stuff like that to try and prevent yourself from being a susceptible host. No susceptible host, break in the chain. Okay, so there's like many different ways we can break this chain. Types of infections. We have acute infection. It's not something that's cute. Its symptoms are often very severe and appear soon after the initial infection occurs. We have chronic infections. That is the microorganism is present for a long period, sometimes for life. We have latent infections or a persistent infection in which symptoms come and go, like cold sores. Oral congenital herpes simplex and genital herpes are latent viral infections. They're always in you, but they don't always show up. Okay. And then opportunistic infection is caused by normally non-pathogenic organisms and occurs in individuals whose resistance is decreased or compromised. Okay. So if you're immunocompromised, something that would normally not be death-threatening to you or life-threatening to you could all of a sudden become very severe. All right, so you do want to make sure that you keep your immunizations up, try and keep yourself healthy, because an opportunistic infection, which is something that normally your body would fight off, if you don't have the immunity, it's not going to be able to. People with HIV do not die of HIV. They die of some other infection that they get from being run down and susceptible and open to catching infections, okay? So the two ways that you can get something is direct transmission, which occurs when someone comes into contact with the infectious lesion or infected body fluids, like blood, saliva, semen, secretions. And then indirect transmission involves a transfer of organisms to a susceptible person through the handling of contaminated instruments, touching contaminated surfaces, and then touching your face, eyes, or mouth. Okay. Again, I'd be curious at the end of this pandemic to see how many people in the dental field actually got contaminated, because we are so serious about hand hygiene and not touching our faces. And so, stop the indirect transmission by not touching your face, by washing your hands, by wearing gloves when you're touching instruments. And this cuts the chain, okay? So this is a way of showing pathogen transfer. You can see that both the doctor and his assistant are wearing proper PPE. They both have goggles. They both have a mask covering their face. That will stop the transmission. We have airborne transmission, also known as droplet infection, that involves the spread of disease through droplets of moisture containing bacteria or viruses. Aerosols, sprays, and spatter contain saliva, blood, and microorganisms. They're created with the use of a high-speed handpiece, air water syringe, ultrasonic scaler. All happen during dental procedures. Mists are droplet particles larger than those generated in aerosol spray. Spatter is a large droplet particle contaminated with blood, saliva, and other debris. It happens during dental procedures when the mucosa, mouth or eyes, or non-intact skin is splashed with blood or blood-contaminated saliva. That is why we wear our goggles, our masks. Now, hopefully everybody's wearing a shield as well, at least when you're using the high-speed handpiece, because droplets are not what normal people think of as droplets. It's not a giant, rain cloud droplet. They're tiny, you can't always see them, and they're everywhere. All right, so we are highly susceptible. Other modes of transmission: parenteral transmission can take place through needle stick injuries, human bites, cuts, abrasions, or any break in the skin. Again, if you're not touching a patient's mouth if you have gloves on when you're touching a patient's mouth, even if they do bite you, which I've been bit often over the years, really hard to bite through a glove and skin. Okay, and even if they get through your skin, if you're wearing non-latex gloves, I've never had my glove break through someone biting me. All right, so not to say it doesn't hurt, but wear your gloves. Don't touch a patient's mouth without gloves on. Bloodborne transmission involves direct or indirect contact with blood or any body fluids. Food and water transmission occurs when contaminated food that has not been cooked or refrigerated properly, or water that has been contaminated with human or animal fecal matter is consumed. Fecal oral transmission, we talked about, that occurs when you don't have proper sanitation and you don't wash your hands after going to the bathroom or changing a diaper. Then you can contaminate yourself, the food, then the food can contaminate other people. So just, beware of those things. The immune system. The human body receives resistance to communicable diseases from the immune system. A communicable disease is one that can be transmitted from one person to another or by contact with body fluids from another person. Inherited immunity is present at birth. Acquired immunity is developed over a person's lifetime. So you develop immunity to things by being around them. Again, like I said, most people in the ICU are going to test positive for MRSA, not because they have it, not because they're ever going to get it. They'll test positive because they have the antibodies for it. Okay. Same thing with us. We're in people's relatively dirty mouths all day. So we probably have a higher immunity to certain things than other people do.
Yeah.
Right? Because we're around it all the time. So we have acquired that immunity over the years. Natural contract disease and produce memory cells. So if you've had chickenpox, your body develops a natural immunity to it from memory of the cells. So that's active natural. Passive natural, the baby receives maternal antibodies through placenta or breast milk. Okay, so whatever antibodies the mother that's carrying the child has or nursing the child has, the baby gets. So that is called passive natural. Active artificial is going to be receiving a vaccination, which helps your body produce memory cells so that you don't get that again. And then passive artificial is receiving antiserum with antibodies from another host. All right. Naturally acquired immunity occurs when a person has contracted and is recovering from a disease. So we just talked about active and passive immunity. Artificially acquired immunity are introduced to the body by means of immunization or vaccination. Every dental office should have an infection control program designed to prevent the transmission of disease from patient to dental team to patient, patient to patient, dental office to community, and community to dental office to patient. All right. So there should be something in place in your office preventing this transmission. So patient to dental team. The most common route is through direct contact or touching of the patient's blood or saliva. Droplet infection occurs through mucosal surfaces of the eyes, nose, and mouth, and it can occur when the dental team member inhales aerosol generated by the dental handpiece or air water syringe. Indirect contact occurs when the team member touches a contaminated surface or instrument. Even if you touch a contaminated surface with a bare hand, as long as you have good hand hygiene, it still should not, unless you have an open sore on your hands or, you know, it's still, as long as you're not touching your face, putting your hands in your mouth and you have good hand hygiene, it should still not get to you, but we always want to err on the side of caution. So that's why we wear gloves to clean, and, you know, we don't pick up dirty trays with our hands because you never know what's going to be on them. Patient to dental team. So ways to prevent this, again, gloves, hand washing, masks, rubber dams. We now, I don't know if everybody's doing it, but have the patient do mouth rinses with peroxide, which is CDC recommended, even though the patients hate it. But that helps to prevent us from catching anything from the patient, which is the biggest risk. The biggest risk is us from the patient, even though the patients think otherwise. Dental team to patient, again, very unlikely to happen. All right, it can result if the dental team member has lesions on the hands or if the hands are cut while in the patient's mouth, permitting the transfer of microorganisms. Infection control measures that help to prevent that include mask, gloves, hand washing, and immunization. Okay, it's very, very rare that a patient catches something from the dental team. It's the other way around. Patient to patient has occurred in the medical field, but no cases have been documented in dentistry. All right, we clean our instruments, we autoclave our instruments, we do not use dirty instruments on other patients. Although such transmission is possible, contamination from instruments used on one patient must be transferred to another patient for this to occur. Infection control measures that prevent patient to patient include sterilization, barriers, hand washing gloves, and sterile instruments. Again, dentistry is really high on the list of infection control and OSHA standards. So it's very rare that we pass something on from a patient to a patient. Dental office to community, microorganisms can leave the dental office and enter the community in a variety of ways. They can be on contaminated impressions sent to the dental lab, contaminated equipment sent out for repair. In theory, transportation of microorganisms out of the office on the dental team's clothing or hair. In theory. The following measures can prevent this type of disease transmission: hand washing, changing clothes before leaving the office, disinfecting impressions and contaminated equipment before items leave the office. If you have a handpiece that needs to be sent out, autoclave it first. Don't send it out dirty. If you have an impression that you took on a patient, spray it, right? It's easy stuff, but it helps. Community to dental office to patient. So microorganisms enter the dental office through municipal water supplies, and waterborne organisms colonize in the inside of the dental water and form biofilm. As water flows through the handpiece, air, water, and ultrasonic, a patient could swallow contaminated water. Again, this is why we clean our water lines. This is why we run our lines. All right. Okay. This can be really confusing to some people. So I'm going to go through it kind of slow. If you have questions, please stop me. It is important. I know it's on the infection control test because I just had a class take the infection control test. So really make sure that you understand this. CDC and OSHA regulations. All right. It's confusing. It is confusing. All right. Federal agencies that play important roles in infection control for dentistry. So we have the CDC, or Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and we have the Occupational Safety and Health Administration, which is OSHA. Okay. This is important. The CDC is not a regulatory agency. All right. They issue specific recommendations based on sound scientific evidence on health-related matters. All right, so not that we don't want to listen to the CDC, we totally do. All right, but it is not regulatory. All right, so they are giving recommendations like your mom would give to you. All right, establish a standard of care for the dental professional. All right. OSHA is a regulatory agency. All right, so OSHA issues specific standards to protect the health of employees in the United States. In 1991, based on the CDC guidelines, OSHA issued the Bloodborne Pathogen Standard, or BBP. As a dental assistant, it is imperative, so super important, to follow all of OSHA's guidelines and recommendations. All right, so basically, if OSHA says it, it's written in stone. If the CDC says it, you should still follow it, but it's not written in stone. It's a recommendation, okay? So even though now, like in my dental office that I work at, we're following CDC recommendations, but it has not yet become the standard, okay? We're still following their guidelines. Their guidelines are important, but OSHA is the only regulatory agency. All right, it's confusing. So CDC guidelines for infection control, and again, this is going to change. So I can only teach you what's out there. So I do recommend trying to really get in and get that ICE exam done, because these are going to change a little bit. Not crazy change, but they're going to change. All right. Released in December of 2003 by the CDC, guidelines expanded upon the existing OSHA bloodborne pathogen standards and have included some areas that were not already covered. Guidelines are based on scientific evidence and are categorized on the basis of existing scientific data, theoretical rationale and applicability. Guidelines apply to all paid or unpaid dental health professionals who might be occupationally exposed to blood and body fluids by direct contact or through contact with contaminated environmental surfaces, water, or air. In 2016, CDC Dental Infection Prevention Summary. All right, so in March of 2016, the CDC issued the 2016 CDC Dental Infection Prevention Summary. It's an easy to understand read summary of the 2003 guidelines. It includes additional topics and information relevant to dental infection prevention and control, including the following: infection prevention program, infection prevention education and training, respiratory hygiene and cough etiquette, updated safe infection practices, and administrative measures for instrument processing. These are the different rankings of evidence, the different categories. We have 1A, 1B, 1C, we have 2, and then we have unresolved issue. I'll go over what they are. OSHA bloodborne pathogen standard, or BBP, the most important infection control law in dentistry. It's designed to protect employees against occupational exposure to bloodborne pathogens such as Hep B, Hep C, and HIV. Employers are required to protect their employees from exposure to blood and other potentially infectious materials in the workplace and provide proper care to the employee if an exposure should occur. The BBP applies to any type of facility in which employees might be exposed to blood and/or body fluids. So that includes dental and medical offices, hospitals, funeral homes, emergency medical services, and nursing homes. OSHA requires that a copy of the BBP be present in every dental office and clinic. Clearly, an exposure control plan clearly describes how the office complies with the standard, and of universal precautions is referred to in the OSHA bloodborne pathogen standards. Okay, so every office should have an exposure control plan. If somebody gets exposed to something, if somebody gets stuck with a needle, if, you know, a contaminated patient coughs on you, if something happens, you should have something in your office that tells you the steps to take, okay? So we use what's known as standard and universal precautions. Universal precautions are based on the concept that all human blood and body fluids, including saliva, are treated as if they are infected with one of the bloodborne diseases. All right, so what does that mean for us? That means every patient that walks in, we assume that they have some communicable disease, so we barrier and we protect ourselves and our patients as if they have the disease, whether they do or not. And you can read over 1,000 health histories, and it doesn't mean that they're telling you. If you always use universal precautions with your patients, you will always be safe. The CDC expanded the concept and changed the term to standard precautions. So it used to be universal precautions. Now these are standard precautions. We take them with every single patient. Standard precautions integrate and expand the elements of universal into standard of care designed to protect healthcare providers from pathogens that can be spread by blood or any other body fluid, excretion, or secretion. It is not possible to identify those individuals who are infectious. We don't always know. They don't always know. So infection precautions are used for all healthcare personnel and their patients. So what used to be universal precautions, they now call standard precautions. We take the same precautions for every patient that comes in, as if every patient that comes in has HIV, has Hep B, has Hep C, okay? Standard precautions. The OSHA BBP standard requires employers to categorize tasks and procedures during which an employee might experience occupational exposure. Defines occupational exposure as any reasonable anticipated skin, eye, mucous membrane contact, or percutaneous injury with blood or any other potentially infectious material. So, this is a list of occupational exposure determination. So category 1 means it was routinely exposed to blood, saliva, or both. So the people in the office that are routinely exposed are known as a category 1. are the dentist, the hygienist, the assistant, the sterilization tech, and the lab tech. You may or may not have all those people in your office. It doesn't matter. If you might be the assistant, the sterilization assistant, and the lab tech. You might be all of those in one. Category 2 may on occasion be exposed to blood, saliva, or both. That would be the receptionist, the office manager, who once in a while might run back and help you clean a room. All right, so they would be listed as a category 2. Category 3 is never exposed to anything. That would be like a financial manager, an insurance person, a computer operator. Right? These people are never around anything. Post-exposure management. Accidents happen. I'm dental assisting for 20 years. I've been stuck twice, and I'm very careful, but it happens, all right? Before an accident occurs, the BBP requires the employer to have a written plan. This plan explains exactly what steps the employee must follow after the exposure incident occurs and the type of medical follow-up that will be provided to the employee at no charge. Confidential medical counseling, HIV tests, 6 weeks, 12 weeks, and 6 months. Usually a call is made to the patient. The patient has to go get tested and send in their results. The BBP standard requires the dentist to provide training in infection control procedures and safety issues to all personnel who may come in contact with blood, saliva, or contaminated instruments or surfaces. Employer must keep records of all training sessions, and the records must include the date, the name of the presenter, the topic, and the employees who attended. OSHA requires the dentist to offer the Hep B vaccination series to all employees whose jobs include category 1 and 2 tasks. We talked about this earlier, right? Vaccine must be offered, again, within 10 days of employment. The dentist or employer must obtain proof from the physician who administered the vaccination, and the employees have the right to refuse, but they have to sign something, and that something that they sign has to be kept on file in the office. Vaccine is administered in a series of 3 injections, usually is 0, 1, and 6 months apart. The preferred injection site is the deltoid muscle, or right here on the arm. The seroconversion rate, or the development of immunity, is higher than when the vaccine is administered in the derriere. So this is the best place to get your, I don't think any doctor would even give a Hep B shot in your butt, but you never know.
The immunization part, does that apply to the flu shot as well?
It does not as of yet. Again, I really think standards are going to be changing.
Okay, because we do have the Hep B, but I do not want to get the flu shot vaccine, and
Okay.
she is putting it down on our contracts that the flu vaccine is going to be a requirement to work in the practice. So can we sign a paper as well that we refuse the flu vaccine?
I mean, I guess that's going to be up to your employer. It's not a law.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Do I think you could fight it? Yes. I think you could.
I just don't like the flu vaccine.
No, I get it. I know. I go back and forth on, last year I got the flu shot and then I got the flu. Quite honestly, I think I had the coronavirus too, because I had 105 fever, but I got the flu shot and I was like, why do I have the flu?
Yeah.
So again, there's so many strains and we're only getting the vaccine for one strain.
Uh-huh.
So, but I can't say what your doctor requires.
Okay,
But I can say it's not a rule. I can say it's not a rule.
Okay.
So I can say that I would think that you should be able to sign something. The problem is if you get the flu, so does your whole office.
No, I get that. But we're not allowed to go into the office if anybody is sick.
Right, agreed.
Yeah, she doesn't allow us to be in the office if we're sick or presenting any signs of sickness. So like, I think I'm good, but
I would talk to her and I would probably, state that you know, I mean, it's not a
Okay.
rule. But what she requires, if she's putting it in your contract and you sign your contract,
Well, I haven't signed that contract yet.
I don't know how that works, but I would read your contract before you sign it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's not a requirement.
Okay.
Uh-uh.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry. A physician should evaluate individuals who have not developed immunity to determine the need for an additional dose of HPV vaccine. Individuals who do not respond to the second 3-dose series of a vaccine should be counseled regarding their susceptibility. Routine booster doses of HPV vaccine are not recommended by the CDC. The CDC does not recommend routine blood testing to monitor it. The exception is if the immunized individual has a documented exposure incident and the attending physician orders the administration of a booster dose. I will say over the years, I worked in the OR. They made me go get a booster dose. And when I first became a teacher, they made me go get a booster dose. Even though I've had this series of HBV for 20 years already, I did end up having to get 2 booster doses, but that was for the jobs that I was working at. The dentist employer must keep a confidential medical record for each employee. They are confidential, must be stored in a locked file, and they must be kept for 30 years. Contaminated needles and other disposable sharps like blades, wires, broken glass must be placed in a sharps container. The sharps container must be puncture resistant, closable, leak proof, and color coded or labeled with the biohazard symbol. Sharps containers must be located as close as possible to the place of immediate disposal. Do not cut, bend, or break the needles before disposal, and never attempt to remove a needle from a disposable syringe. In case you're wondering, that is what a sharps container or something like this, that is what it looks like, something similar to this. Never recap used needles by using both hands or any other technique that involves directing the point of a needle towards any part of your body. Always use the single-handed scoop technique or some type of safety device when recapping your needles. All right, hand washing guidelines. Wash your hands. Just wash your hands. All right. Each time before you put on gloves and immediately after you remove gloves. This is when I go visit my students at their rotations. This is one of the things that I notice. They use their hand sanitizer, but you really should be washing your hands before you put the gloves on and after you take them off, okay? And I know it gets busy, but it's for your own safety as well. Wash your hands when you inadvertently touch contaminated objects or surfaces while barehanded. Always use liquid soap during hand washing. Bar soap should never be used. Blech. That's all I'm going to say about bar soap. All right. Now, for most routine dental procedures, such as examinations and non-surgical procedures, an antimicrobial soap can be used. For surgical procedures, you should use a germicidal surgical scrub product. Dry hands well before putting your gloves on. All right. Does anybody here work in the OR with patients? I know you do oral surgery, right, Anna? But you do it in a controlled environment, in an office setting, right?
In the office.
Okay, so in the OR, they do use these germicidal, like dark iodine, sponges, and but if you're not in that setting, then that's doesn't really pertain to you. But you should know that for surgical procedures, you should use a germicidal surgical scrub product.
Very nice.
Okay. Commonly missed areas during hand washing. So most missed areas during hand washing are between the fingers, at the tips of the fingers, and for some reason, people forget the thumb. Okay, so when you wash your hands, you want to make sure you're, washing everywhere, please. You want to keep your nails short and well manicured. Rings, except for small wedding rings, fingernail polish, and artificial nails, should not be worn at work. Dental personnel with open sores or weeping dermatitis must avoid activities involving direct patient contact and handling contaminated instruments or equipment until the condition of the hands is healed. All right, something going on with your hands, You need to wear gloves when you do everything. So, or not be at work. I'm sorry. Waterless antiseptic agents are alcohol-based products available in gels, foam, and rinses. The product is applied to the hands, which are then rubbed together to cover all surfaces. These products are more effective at reducing microbial flora than plain soap, and concentrations of 60 to 95% are the most effective. They contain emollients that reduce the incidence of chapping, irritation, and drying of the skin, and they are very dose sensitive. So you don't need to use a lot of them. You just need to make sure that you get everywhere on your hands. For most routine dental procedures, such as exams and non-surgical, wash your hands with either a non-antimicrobial or antimicrobial soap and water. If your hands are not visibly soiled, you may use waterless alcohol-based hand rub. For surgical procedures, you should, again, perform surgical scrub using either a non-antimicrobial or antimicrobial soap and water, dry your hands, and then apply an alcohol-based surgical hand rub. Hi, Munchkin. Sorry, my dog just got here. This is what a water-based hand product looks like. PPE. OSHA requires the employer to provide employees with the appropriate personal protective equipment without charge to the employee. Examples of PPE are protective clothing, surgical masks, face shields, protective eyewear, disposable gloves, and heavy-duty utility gloves. Protective clothing protects the skin and underclothing from exposure to saliva, blood, aerosol, and other contaminated materials. Types of protective clothing include smocks, slacks, skirts, lab coats, surgical scrubs, scrub hats, pants, and shoe covers. The type of protective clothing you should wear is based on the degree of anticipated exposure to infectious materials, and the BBP prohibits the employee from taking protective clothing home to be laundered. That's not always the case, I know, but at least put it into some sort of separate disposable bag, take it home, wash it by itself, and take whatever bag it is you put it in and either throw it away or wash it, all right? So if you don't have a laundry service through your office, or you're not wearing things that are disposable, make sure you take them home and wash them right away, all right? Protective clothing should be made of fluid-resistant material as a means of minimizing the amount of uncovered skin. Clothing should have long sleeves, high neckline. The sleeves should allow the cuff to be tucked inside the band of the glove. During high-risk procedures, protective clothing must cover dental personnel at least to the knees when seated. And buttons, trims, zippers, and other ornaments should be kept to a minimum. This is what is appropriate clinical attire. The person, oh, does it tell us? So the person on the left probably does not come in contact with any sort of bloodborne anything. All right, they probably work at the front desk or in the insurance, or they're just seating patients. She's not covered, right? Her arms aren't covered, her neckline's not covered. She doesn't have proper PPE on her face, so chances are she is not, well, she better not be working anywhere that has, bloodborne or airborne or saliva-borne pathogens, all right? Unless she's doing nothing but seating, even if she was seating a patient at this stage, I would say I would still be wearing PPE. B and C are properly covered. They have high necklines, they're wearing gloves, they have gowns that are down to their, at least their knees. They're wearing, their feet are covered. I can't tell about A. Hopefully she's wearing some sort of sneaker. They both have goggles and masks on. So they're properly covered. BVP standard, protective clothing may not be taken home and washed by employees. It may be laundered in the office if the equipment is available and if standard precautions are followed for handling and laundering the contaminated clothing. Contaminated linens that are removed from an office for laundering should be placed in a leak-proof bag with a biohazard label or appropriate color-coded label. Disposable gowns must be discarded daily and more often if visibly soiled. Protective masks are worn over the nose and mouth to protect you from inhaling possible infectious organisms that are spread by aerosol spray, the handpiece of air water syringe by accidental splashes. A mask with at least 95% filtration efficiency for particles 3 to 5 millimeters in diameter should be worn whenever splash or spatter is likely. The two most commonly used type of masks are dome and flat. Masks should be changed for every patient or more often, according to the CDC guidelines. To handle a mask, touch the side edges only. Avoid contact with the more heavily contaminated body of the mask. The mask should conform well to the face. It should not make contact with the mouth while being worn because the moisture that is generated will decrease filtration efficiency. A damp or wet mask is not an effective mask. All right, even if you like, I know it's gross, even if you sneeze in your mask, throw it away and get a new one. All right, once it gets moist from the inside, it's not effective anymore. A wet mask, anything can get through. All right, so that's not, you don't want that kept on your face. Protective eyewear is worn to protect eyes against the danger of damage caused by aerosol pathogens. It also prevents spattered solutions or caustic chemicals from injuring your eyes. OSHA requires the use of eyewear with both front and side protection. So the glasses I'm wearing right now are great. They are not, however, protected right here. They do sell these little plastic things that you can put on your regular glasses to protect the sides. If you have the protective sides on, you can wear your regular glasses. If not, I highly, highly, highly recommend, glasses with side shields. All right. Actually, it's required. So front and side protection. If you wear contact lenses, you must wear protective eyewear with side shields or a face shield. And after each treatment or patient visit, clean and decontaminate your protective eyewear in accordance with manufacturer's instructions according to the CDC guidelines. A face shield is a chin-length plastic shield, may be worn as an alternative to protective eyewear. So if you wear glasses and you don't have the side, wear a shield. A shield cannot be substituted for a face mask because it does not protect against inhalation of contaminated aerosols. When splashing or spattering of blood or other body fluids is likely during a procedure, such as surgery, a face shield is often worn in addition to a protective mask. So this assistant or hygienist is wearing a face mask and a protective shield, right? I will say, however, that it doesn't look like, so it looks like there should be another piece to this shield right here, the top of it. See how there's that hole there? Mm-hmm. There should be another piece that sticks up. She doesn't have that other piece. There's still a chance that things could go in there. So I would say she needs that second piece of the shield. All right. But this is somewhat what it should look like. Patients should be provided with protective eyewear because they also may be subject to eye damage during the procedure. This could happen from handpiece spatter, spilled or splashed dental materials, including caustic and chemical agents, airborne bits of acrylic, or tooth fragments. And I think there was one incident, which I don't know what was going on with the dentist, but he somehow managed to stick the patient in the eye with a lidocaine needle. This happened a few years ago, so.
What? How?
Yeah, I can't explain it. I wasn't there, but people hear bad news and that's what they remember. So it happened. I don't know if the patient moved but if the patient's wearing protective eyewear or something over, and if you're worried right now about transferring from patient to patient, ask patients to bring their own sunglasses with them. All right. This is what patient eyewear could look like. There's no way a needle's getting through there. Again, I don't know how that happened, but it happened. All right, gloves. Because dental personnel are most likely to come into contact with blood or contaminated items with their hands, gloves are the most critical PPE. You must wear a new pair of gloves for each patient, remove them promptly after use, wash your hands immediately to avoid transfer of microorganisms to other patients or environment. That is according to CDC guidelines. Consult with the glove manufacturer regarding chemical compatibility of the glove and the dental materials you use. The only thing I know is there is one putty that's out there that you can't use latex gloves with. I think it's called Genie putty. But as far as the fact that most offices are now fairly latex free, I don't think there's any contraindication that I know of between any non-latex glove and dental materials. What we use in our dental office are non-sterile examination gloves. Okay. The mouth is not a sterile field. The mouth is never going to be a sterile field. We can never make it sterile. It's clean. We can be clean, but the mouth is not a sterile field. So unlike surgery on other parts of the body, the mouth has bacteria in it. There's no way to clean out all the bacteria in the mouth because there's good bacteria, bad bacteria. There's all kinds of bacteria living in the mouth. So the mouth is never a sterile field. Okay. So even if you sterilize the entire room and you have the patient draped, the mouth is a clean area. It is not a sterile environment. Okay. Guidelines for use of examination gloves. Also, if you work in like an OR, they do have sterile gloves. They come in single packs. That's not what most of us use. Okay. And I wish that could be known to the whole world who's out there wearing non-sterile gloves thinking that they're sterile, because they're not. They're clean, but they're not sterile. Okay. To have a sterile glove, it comes in a single dose pack and it's found in like the operating room. That's the only place I can think of in the hospital that uses it. All right. All gloves used in patient care must be discarded after single use. They may not be washed, disinfected, or sterilized. However, you can rinse gloves to remove excess powder off of them. Latex, vinyl, or other disposable medical quality gloves may be used for patient examinations and dental procedures. Torn or damaged gloves must be replaced immediately. Do not wear jewelry under gloves. Change your gloves frequently. Remove contaminated gloves before leaving chairside during patient care, or replace them with new gloves before returning to the patient care. Hands must be washed after glove removal and before regloving. Okay. Gloves are effective only when they are intact, not when they are damaged, torn, ripped, or punctured. If gloves are damaged during treatment, they must be changed immediately. The procedure for regloving is excuse yourself, leave the chair side, remove and discard the damaged gloves, wash your hands, reglove, come back. Okay, that's the procedure. If you're asked, that's the procedure. Is that what's happened in every office? That I can't say, but that is the procedure for regloving. All right. The chemicals you come in contact with on a daily basis may damage your gloves. Because so many dental materials are available on the market, you should consult the glove manufacturer about the compatibility of glove material with various chemicals. Which again, like I said, I know of one disconnect, but that's the only one I ever heard of. Examination gloves are usually made of latex or vinyl. They're referred to as exam gloves or procedure gloves. They're worn by dental professionals during patient care. Available in size, actually extra small to extra large. Overgloves are also known as food handler gloves. They are made of lightweight, inexpensive, clear plastic. These may be worn over contaminated treatment gloves, otherwise known as overgloving, to prevent the contamination of clean objects handled during treatment. If you need to get another lidocaine out of the drawer, and you don't feel like taking off your gloves, you can put on an overglove, and with the overglove, open the drawer, take out the lidocaine, put the lidocaine on the tray, throw away the overglove. Okay, it's no different than using a pickup plier. Overgloves are not acceptable alone as a hand barrier or for intraoral procedures. Overgloves must be worn carefully to avoid contamination during handling with contaminated procedure gloves. Overgloves are donned before the secondary procedure is performed and removed before patient treatment that was in progress is resumed. Overgloves are discarded after a single use. All right, they're literally meant to put over your glove, grab what you need, which you're now using something clean to grab what you need, and then dispose of. Sterile surgical gloves should be worn for invasive procedures, including cutting of the bone, significant amounts of blood or saliva, such as oral surgery or periodontal treatment. Sterile gloves are supplied in prepackaged units to maintain their sterility before use, and they are provided in specific sizes and are fitted to left or right hand. So if you ever use them, it only fits on one hand, and they're specific to size. Utility gloves are not used for direct patient care. They must be worn when the treatment room is being cleaned and disinfected between patients, contaminated instruments are being cleaned or handled, and for surface cleaning and disinfecting. Okay, so you should be using utility gloves to clean the rooms between patients, to handle contaminated instruments, and for surface cleaning and disinfection. Utility gloves may be washed, disinfected, or sterilized and reused. Used utility gloves must be considered contaminated and handled appropriately until they have been properly disinfected or sterilized. Is there any questions about the different types of gloves? No. This is what utility gloves look like. Non-latex containing gloves. Healthcare providers or patients may experience serious allergic reactions to latex. For the person who's sensitive, we have gloves that are made of vinyl, nitrile, and other non-latex materials. During a dental procedure, it may be necessary to touch surfaces or objects such as drawer handles and material containers. If you touch these objects with a gloved hand, both the surface and the glove become contaminated. To minimize the possibility of cross-contamination, use an overglove when it's necessary to touch a surface. Such as
I
opening.
actually have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Brian.
So the overglove, like putting another glove underneath that one, is that what you meant?
So an overglove looks like a clear hand.
Okay.
I don't know if you've ever seen them or not. Not every office has them.
Yeah, I've
But it
seen.
looks like some people wear them to like get lunch meat with, like in a food line, or the overglove goes over the glove used with the patient. So it's then a clean surface, all right? And with that overglove on, then you go and like pick up a cotton roll or pick up, you know, another needle cap or whatever it is you need on your tray, and then dispose of the overglove. All right. You can also use your college pliers to do that. It's a different way of, you know, getting things during a procedure so that you don't contaminate. But an overglove is a good choice to use if they're available. Okay. So if you're opening drawers and cabinets, if you're opening containers, or you can use sterile cotton pliers to remove an item from the container. Okay. But you don't want to use that glove more than once. You use that glove, you get what you need, you throw it away. All right. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you so much.
Okay. High-tech equipment. Every aspect of dentistry is entering the arena of high-tech equipment and devices. You must carefully consider what infection control procedures are needed to make each piece of equipment safe to use. Always follow manufacturer's infection control recommendations for every device and piece of equipment. A lot of that is going to be barriers. So if you guys are using digital sensors in your office, you know that you can't clean them with disinfectant. Okay, so they need to be barrier. They should never be placed in a mouth without a barrier. Ever, 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 ever. If you're out of barriers, find a barrier. Find some sort of barrier that fits on it. Don't ever put it in a patient's mouth without a barrier, okay? Because it can't be cleaned. All right, if you have a barrier, then that's fine. You take the barrier off. What's underneath should not have been touched or infected. All right, latex allergies. I don't know if anybody's ever dealt with somebody with a latex allergy or if you have one yourself, but especially a lot of healthcare workers now that have been wearing the latex gloves for years and years and years are becoming allergic. They're developing an allergy to latex. All right, it's one of the most, so latex has always been one of the most effective means of protecting the dental worker from the transmission of disease. But the number of healthcare workers and patients who are hypersensitive or allergic to latex has dramatically increased. So the CDC guidelines, including recommendations for contact dermatitis, and latex hypersensitivity. There's 3 types of allergic reactions. There's an irritant dermatitis where you get like kind of itchy skin. There's a type 4 allergic reaction and a type 1 allergic reaction. 2 types involve an immune reaction and 1 type involves a surface irritation. So irritant dermatitis is a non-immunologic process. It doesn't involve the body's immune system. It's caused by contact with a substance that produces an irritation of the skin. The skin becomes red, dry, irritated, and cracked. It can be reversed by identifying and correcting the cause of the problem. So just don't wear latex, okay? It's still an allergic reaction. It's just not an immuno-allergic reaction, okay? It would look something like this. A type 4 allergic reaction is the most common type of latex allergy. It may take as long as 48 to 72 hours for the red itchy rash to appear. Reactions are limited to the areas of contact and do not involve the entire body. An immune response is produced by the chemicals that are used to produce latex in manufacturing of the gloves. So it's gonna look like red, itchy, blotchy, contact dermatitis, but it's only gonna be in the areas that you touched, all right? Type 1 allergic reaction is the most dangerous type of latex allergy. This can result in death. This is like being allergic to peanuts. Okay, the reaction comes in response to the protein in the glove, and a severe immunologic response occurs 2 to 3 minutes after the latex make contact with the skins or mucous membrane. This one you need an EpiPen for, okay? If someone says they're allergic to latex, I just wouldn't mess with it. I've just used, there's so many other things out there that we can use now. So there's no specific cure for latex allergy. The only options are prevention, avoidance, and treating the symptoms. Anyone who suspects an allergy should go to their healthcare provider to have a test to confirm that it's an allergy. Once it's been diagnosed, the person should practice latex avoidance. When a latex allergy has been diagnosed in one employee in the dental office, all staff members should use practices to minimize the use of latex-containing products. These practices include the wearing of powder-free gloves by all dental staff members to minimize airborne latex particles. I don't even know if they have powdered latex gloves anymore. I haven't seen them in a minute. They're normally powdered-free latex. Waste management. Dental practices are subject to a wide variety of federal, state, and local regulations concerning waste management issues. The Environmental Protection Agency, or EPA, I know there's a lot of there's a lot of agencies, and I know a few of them are on the ICE exam. Okay, so you really do want to make sure. And then, did anybody not? Everybody has their radiology license already. I was going to say there's a lot of stuff on infection control on the radiology test too.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were gonna put the infection control with the radiology, but they never did that in the, you know, the school that we're in right now.
At the Dental Institute, is that where you go?
Yeah, yeah.
I only teach this course. This is like a review course, and then I teach a. I'm down south, so. I teach. But when I do teach radiology, I do let them know. I kind of involve infection control in it because there's. Did you take the test?
Yes, I did.
There's a lot of questions, isn't there, on infection control?
Yeah,
I'm surprised myself. So I do like kind of reteach infection control with it because I feel like there's, if you just learn radiology, you're gonna, hopefully you know the infection control, but there's so much to know. It really is good to use the review for that as well. So
definitely a refresher.
yeah. So anyway, you're gonna see a lot of letters, a lot of places. Just try and remember what each one is to. So the CDC, OSHA, and then we have the Environmental Protection Agency, okay? And the EPA and most state and local regulations do not categorize saliva or saliva-soaked items as infectious waste. Because of the high probability that blood may be carried in saliva during dental procedures, the CDC guidelines and OSHA regulations consider saliva in dentistry a potentially infectious body fluid. All right, so what does all this mean? What we try to do is follow everybody's recommendations, okay? But sometimes there's crossovers between federal, state, local, concerning waste management. EPA has state and local regulations. So they're saying that they don't consider saliva to be infectious waste. OSHA and CDC are saying there's such a high probability that there's some sort of blood with the saliva that we do consider it potentially infectious, all right? So you have to kind of look at everything in a generalized way. So there's different classifications for the waste products. We have general waste. General waste is all non-hazardous, non-regulated waste. It should be discarded in covered containers. Disposable paper towels, paper mixing pads, empty food containers. Okay, all these things are just general trash, general waste. Then we have contaminated waste. Contaminated waste is waste that has had contact with blood or other body fluids. Examples include used barriers and patient napkins. All right. And then we have hazardous waste. Hazardous waste poses a risk to human beings and the environment. Toxic chemicals and materials are hazardous waste. Examples include amalgam, fixer solution, lead foil from x-ray packets. A lot of these things will at some point become obsolete. I don't know if you guys are still processing films. Most places aren't, not to say it doesn't happen. We still have to learn about it. But so as the people who have, there's still some amalgam out there. It's not like it used to be, but there are still amalgam fillings being done. So the scrap amalgam's still there. The fixer solution and the lead foil from x-ray packets, if you're not using a process, if you're not processing film, those are going to be obsolete. All right. And at some point, everything will be digital. It's not there yet, but infectious or regulated waste is biohazard. That is contaminated waste that is capable of transmitting infectious disease, such as extracted teeth with amalgam restorations. They can be hazardous and infectious. All right. So the amalgam is making them hazardous waste. Infectious is making them, the blood is making them infectious waste. All right. Infectious trumps hazardous. All right. Most dental offices are exposed to the following types of infectious waste: blood and blood-soaked materials, pathologic, and sharps. Anna, I'm sure you deal with this working for an oral surgeon, but dispose of extracted teeth as regulated medical waste unless being returned to the patient. When teeth are returned to the patient, the provisions of the standards no longer apply. When I worked in oral surgery, we did not return teeth to the patient.
No, we throw them in a special container. So we supposed to return the teeth to the patient? Because they end up in the garbage if we do that.
So there are some, okay, so like if you pull a baby tooth.
Yeah.
Unless the parents ask for the tooth, we
Correct.
just dispose them.
Correct. So if the parents ask for it, right, there are some religions that they take the teeth back.
Mm-hmm.
So
adult teeth, we don't, and now we're just using the excuse of the COVID-19.
Yeah.
Just
agreed.
telling the patient we can't give you the teeth because of the COVID-19. They're gonna end up in the garbage and end up in the river.
Right, not that the patients. You know how they're like, oh, look at this. So they touch the teeth, they touch the walls, and I'm like, I know, I myself am like,
yeah, a little. I
like,
haven't.
where did they touch? So
their fingers in their mouth. Is just.
I know. I'm like making like mental records of everywhere they touched in the room. I'm like, please stop putting your hands in your mouth.
Yeah.
So yes, but there is no law saying we can't give them their teeth back. I never did either. We didn't. My boss was like, no way.
No, yeah. We have
So
a special container for babies and like little kids. We do what parents do ask, but if they don't, we just discard them.
correct. Okay. Do not dispose of extracted teeth containing amalgam in regulated medical waste that will be incinerated. Because of the mercury in amalgam, you should check with state and local authorities for regulations regarding disposal of teeth containing amalgam. Contaminated items that may contain body fluids, such as gloves and patient napkins, should be placed in a lined trash receptacle. A receptacle for contaminated waste should be covered with a properly fitted lid, opened by a foot pedal. Keep the lid closed to prevent air movement and the spreading of contaminants. Red bags or containers should not be used for unregulated waste. Check the specific requirements of your local state or county health department. I can tell you in New Jersey, we don't use red bags for this type of waste. All right, contaminated waste goes in a closed trash receptacle. Medical waste is any solid waste generated in the diagnosis, treatment, or immunization of human beings or animals in research. And infectious waste is a subset of medical waste. So infectious waste is medical waste, but it's like more specific. Containers of infectious waste or regulated waste must be labeled with universal biohazard symbol, identified in compliance with local regulations or both, and they must be used for holding contaminated items and must be labeled. All right, so those are the big red bags in your office. All right. Marked waste container, obviously the one on the right is the medical waste, all right, or infectious waste that has the biohazard symbol on it. Once contaminated waste leaves the office, it is regulated by the EPA by state and local laws. So they probably come to your office to dispose of your medical waste. Okay.
Yeah.
Under most regulations, the manner of disposal is determined by the weight of infectious material requiring disposal. The average dental practice is categorized as small producer of infectious waste, and disposal is regulated accordingly. The law requires the dentist to maintain records of the final disposal of the medical waste, including documentation of how, when, and where it was disposed. OSHA bloodborne pathogen standard, or BBP, never eat, drink, smoke, apply cosmetics or lip balm, or handle contact lenses in an area of the dental office where contamination is possible, such as dental treatment room, dental lab, sterilization, or processing x-ray. Never store food or drink in a refrigerator that contains any potentially contaminated items. You can minimize the amount of splash and splatter produced during dental procedures with the skillful use of a dental dam and high volume evacuation. I would say the two safest areas of dentistry right now are probably, well, always have been, of course, orthodontic and endodontics, because they always use a dental dam. All right, dental dam is going to stop a lot of that aerosol. All right. CDC guidelines, special considerations. This is really important, and I know as dental assistants, it doesn't, not everybody follows this, but it is very important. Do not advise patients to close their lips tightly around the tip of a saliva ejector to evacuate oral fluids. Many patients have become accustomed to closing their lips around the suction. It creates a backwards vacuum, so anything that's in your tube can potentially go into their mouth. Okay? Natalia, you're laughing because everybody does it,
because
right?
you're right. A lot of patients are used to doing
They're just
that.
like, I'm like, no, don't close your lips.
Right.
I know.
You just close it.
I know, because that's what they've always been told to do.
Yeah.
I know, but the CDC does not advise patients to do this. All right, it creates if you think about it, it creates a backward suction.
Right. Yeah.
Right. All right. Use PPE in the dental laboratory when handling items until they've been contaminated. Clean, disinfect, and rinse all prosthesis and prosthodontic materials such as impression, bite reg, occlusal rims, and extracted teeth. Consult with manufacturers regarding the stability of specific materials like impression materials relative to disinfection procedures. Clean or heat sterilize heat tolerant items used in the mouth if you can. If you're still using metal trays to take impression, they should be autoclaved, okay? Follow manufacturer's instructions for cleaning, sterilizing, or disinfecting items that become contaminated but do not normally come into contact with the patient, like bowls, mixers, stuff like that,
Right.
all right? If you do a bite registration with an extruder, it looks like, you know, a caulk gun, make sure that gets cleaned, all right? Pre-procedural mouth rinses are intended to reduce the number of microorganisms released in the form of aerosol or spatter. Now, this was all before COVID. So like I said, people are like, oh my gosh, you have to do so much for dentistry. I'm like, we always had to do a lot. Like, we were always supposed to be doing a lot for dentistry. So dentistry has changed, but not that much. It's become more dangerous on our end, but we haven't changed the laws really. The guidelines have gotten a little bit more specific, but not much more, all right? Mouth rinse can decrease the number of microorganisms introduced into the patient's bloodstream during invasive dental procedures. Scientific evidence that pre-procedural mouth rinsing prevents clinical infections among dental health professionals or patients is inconclusive. This is an unresolved issue and no recommendation has been made as of yet. I think that will change. Like right now, CDC is recommending rinses. Like when the patient first comes in, recommending rinsing with peroxide. So that may change. OSHA may accept that and make it into a regulatory rule. But at least for now, it's a CDC guideline. For patients with known or suspected active TB, the CDC recommends that elective dental treatment be delayed until the patient is non-infectious. For patients who require urgent dental care, the CDC recommends referring the patient to a facility with TB engineering controls and a respiratory protection program. CDC guidelines, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease and other prion diseases. So Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or CJD, belongs to a group of rapidly progressive and invariable fatal degenerative neurologic disorders. That's what we were talking about with Alzheimer's before, the prion diseases, Parkinson's. It affects both human and animals and is thought to be caused by infection with prions. Prion disease have an incubation period of years, but are usually fatal within 1 year of diagnosis. The infectivity of oral tissues in CJD patients is an unresolved issue, and no recommendation is offered regarding the use of special precautions in addition to standard precautions. All right, so this is an unresolved issue. In surgical procedures involving the use of a laser or electrosurgical unit, a smoke byproduct is created during the thermal destruction of the tissue. Laser plumes and surgical smoke pose a risk to dental healthcare professionals. The effect of the exposure on dental healthcare professionals resulting from the use of lasers has not been adequately evaluated. Another unresolved issue. Okay, so we do have unresolved issues. There hasn't been enough information yet for them to come up with a plan.
We do use an electric surge in my office.
Right, you use it to like cauterize, right?
We use it to cauterize, and we use it for wisdom teeth. That's how she does her incisions.
So because there's no recommendation, right now, what do you use? A high volume evacuation, right?
Yes, that's all we use, yes.
So that's all you can use until something else comes along. All right. And again, just make sure you're completely covered. Make sure you have your PPE because you don't want to breathe in any of that. All right.
No, we don't. We don't. But I mean, I could still get to smell it. Even
of course you do. But the more you cover yourself, the more, you know, you only can be as careful as you can be. And that's the thing. This is all these guidelines and all of these precautions are to be as safe as you can be. Is anything 100% safe? Sure. Don't be a dental assistant.
Mm-hmm.
All right. But we are, and we love what we do. And so we just try to take the best precautions that we can take. And at least taking the smoke and putting it through the HVE is getting it out of the air and out of circulation. I don't know if you guys have air purifiers.
We do.
Right. So all these things are, you know, are helping and adding to your safety. All right. Any questions? Okay. It's 11:15. Real quick, I want to ask you guys a question. So we have, we're done at 2:30. We can take a half-hour break. Are you guys okay if I do one more PowerPoint and then we'll take our break?
Sure.
Okay. It should probably be, I think it's less than an hour, but, and then during our break, what I'll do is I will open up a test for you guys and I'll post the information on it so that between this week and next week, if you want to take it, that way, if you have any questions on the test, we can go over them next week. But again, you'll be able to see all of the right answers and you can download and save the tests as well. Okay.
Is that going to be on the Google class that you going to create? Or
Well, I didn't create it yet, so I will give you the information on the test today, but I will then also post it once I have all the email addresses and everything on the Google Classroom too.
Okay, great.
So I'll post it on there, but I'll give you guys the information. So, you know, I don't care when you start. And like I said, you can take this test as many times as you want. For me, it's going to create a lot of, I'll be like, huh, they took a lot. But if you have questions, we can go back and look at them too. So
Okay.
it is really helpful. And I already have created the tests. So all I need to do is open them for you. So, and however many you want. I mean, I can open 2 today. And again, you don't have to take them. It's for you. It's for your, you know, just to kind
Yeah,
of,
for practicing.
yeah, that's all. Yeah, this is only 44 slides. So I think we should be done this by 12 anyway. All right. Principles and techniques of disinfection. This is chapter 20 in your MDA book. All right. And again, please stop me if you have any questions. Don't feel bad about stopping me. I tend to talk a lot, so I'm fine stopping. During patient treatment, surfaces and equipment and treatment rooms are likely to become contaminated with saliva or by aerosol containing blood, saliva, or both. Lab studies have shown that microorganisms may survive on environmental surfaces for varying periods of time. Assume if a surface has had contact with saliva, blood, or other infectious materials, it does contain live microorganisms. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, guidelines for infection control in dental healthcare settings divide environmental surfaces into clinical contact and housekeeping surfaces. All right, and when we get to the other part of this, there's a place where you can separate them, and we'll kind of go through it together. Housekeeping surfaces include floors, walls, and sinks because they have a much lower risk of disease. Cleaning and decontamination are not as rigorous as they are for clinical areas and patient treatment items. Does not mean they don't need to be cleaned. All right, cleaning and disinfecting considerations. The amount of direct patient contact that the area gets, the type and frequency of hand contact, the potential amount of contamination, and other sources of microorganisms like dust, soil, water. All right, these are all the considerations that we take when we decide what kind of cleaning and disinfecting we do. So clinical contact surfaces can be directly contaminated by spray or spatter generated during dental procedures or by contact with dental professional gloved hands. Current infection control guidelines of the Office Safety and Asepsis Procedure Research Foundation, OSAP, OSAP is not OSHA. Okay. So the infection control guidelines of the Office Safety and Asepsis Procedure Research Foundation. It's different. All right. So we have OSHA, which regulates and gives us the laws. And then we have OSAP is different. This is guidelines for asepsis or cleaning. All right. So they recommend that clinical surfaces be classified and maintained under 3 categories. We have the touch category, we have the transfer category, and we have the splash, spatter, and droplet category. Touch surfaces are directly touched and contaminated during treatment procedures. They include light handles, dental unit controls, chair switches, chairside computers, pens, telephones, containers of dental material, and drawer handles. All of these things are touched and contaminated during treatment procedures. Not every treatment procedure, but on a whole. Transfer surfaces are not directly touched, but are often touched with contaminated instruments. These include the trays that the instruments sit on and the holders that the handpieces are in. These are called transfer surfaces, okay? So you use your handpiece, you put it back in the holder, that handpiece is now transferred some sort of debris onto the holder, okay? You have a clean tray, you have clean instruments, sterile instruments, you use an instrument, you put it back on the tray, it has transferred its contamination onto the tray. So that's the transfer. And then you have splash, splatter, and droplet surfaces do not actually come in contact with a member of dental team or contaminated instruments or supplies. But when we use our dental drill, we know that it's aerated. These are countertops, floor, like things that are where splash, splatter, and droplets accumulate. Okay. So again, we have the light cover, the chair control. These things are touch surfaces. Then we have transfer surfaces like the chair, where we adjust our assistant chair, where the handpieces are held. And then we have spatter surfaces like countertops and walls. These are places that collect spatter. Okay, so those are the 3 surfaces. Does everybody, all right, I know you understand. Okay, there's 2 methods of dealing with surface contaminations. We have surface barriers and we have pre-cleaning and disinfecting surfaces between patients. We should be using both, all right? Surface barriers. So there's a wide variety of surface barriers that are available today. They should be resistant to fluids to keep microorganisms in saliva, blood, or other liquids from soaking through the surface underneath. Some plastic bags are designed in the shapes of items such as dental chair, air, water, hoses, pens, light handles. We have barrier tape that we use to protect smooth surfaces like touch pads, electrical switches, x-ray equipment. Aluminum foil can also be used because it is easily formed around any shape. Good to know. I have not yet gone to a dental office and seen aluminum, but it is good to know. I guess if it's covered and you can throw it away, it's a barrier.
Yeah.
And it is fluid resistant, so. Water should look like this on a fluid resistant material. If it doesn't look like this, the material is not fluid resistant. All right, these are called tube socks. They go over hand pieces. They go over your suction tips. Not every place has them. If something doesn't have a barrier, then it needs to be cleaned, okay? We also use single-use or disposable items. They're only used on 1 patient, then discarded. They are not put into cold sterile. That can help reduce the chance for patient-to-patient contamination. Single-use items are often made of plastic or less expensive metals, and they are not intended to withstand cleaning, disinfection, or sterilization. Please do not process single-use items for use on another patient. I remember when I was back in dental assisting school, I went through a rotation, and the office that I was doing my rotation through was taking their high-speed evacuations, their HVEs, and cold sterilizing them. I definitely knew I did not want to work at that office. We don't want to take items that are intended for single use and try and sterilize them. All right. In most areas, contaminated disposable items that are not sharps and not soaked with blood may be discarded with the regular office trash. There's no need to discard these items in medical waste or biohazard. State and local regulations may vary, so consult your agency. We do not need to dispose of them in biohazard container, okay? Although no cases of cross-infection have been linked to dental treatment room surfaces, cleaning and disinfection of these surfaces are important components of an effective infection control program. In addition, the OSHA bloodborne pathogen, or BBP standard, requires that contaminated work surfaces be disinfected between patient visits. This is also another thing that becomes confusing to some people, and as you start to work in an office, this becomes less used, but it should always be used, all right? Pre-cleaning means to clean the surfaces before disinfecting. All contaminated surfaces must be pre-cleaned before they can be disinfected. Even if there is no visible blood on a surface, it must be pre-cleaned because even a thin layer of saliva on a surface can decrease the effectiveness of the disinfectant. Pre-cleaning reduces the number of microbes and removes blood and saliva, also called bioburden. These techniques are most effective when used on contaminated surfaces that are smooth and easily accessible for cleaning. Always wear utility gloves, mask, protective eyewear, and protective clothing when pre-cleaning and disinfecting. Okay, and they are going to ask you, what kind of gloves do you wear? Utility gloves, all right? Surfaces that are irregular or textured are difficult or impossible to clean, thereby making them difficult to disinfect as well. Regular soap and water may be used to pre-clean, but it is more efficient to select a disinfectant that can be used to clean as well as disinfect. All right, so there's going to be a 2-spray system that you use. We'll go over that. Disinfection is intended to kill disease-producing microorganisms that remain on the surface after pre-cleaning. Spores are not killed during disinfecting procedures. Do not confuse disinfection with sterilization. Sterilization is a process in which all forms of life are destroyed. All right, so when we sterilize something, it's sterile. There's nothing on it. We know there's nothing on it. When we disinfect something, that's the highest quality of cleaning we can get on that particular surface. All right, we can't sterilize a countertop. We can disinfect it. We can remove everything except for spores, as long as we're using the correct disinfection agent, but it's not going to be sterile. Chemicals that are applied to inanimate surfaces are known as disinfectants. Antiseptics are antimicrobial agents that are applied to living tissue. Disinfectants and antiseptics should never be used interchangeably because tissue toxicity and damage to equipment can result. Okay, so a disinfectant is a chemical used to clean inanimate surfaces. Antiseptic are antimicrobial agents that are applied to living tissue. They are not interchangeable. All right, antiseptic is for human, disinfectant, inanimate. Okay. Disinfectants are chemicals that destroy or inactivate most species of pathogenic microorganisms. In dentistry, only those products that are EPA registered hospital disinfectants with tuberculocidal claims should be used to disinfect dental treatment areas. So if the cleaning product you're using does not on the back say anti-tuberculocidal, it shouldn't really be used to disinfect your office. Okay. Mycobacterium tuberculosis is a highly resistant to disinfectants. So if a disinfectant will inactivate tuberculosis, it will most certainly inactivate the less resistant microbial families, such as bacteria, viruses, and fungi on the treated surfaces. Okay, so they take the highest one, the hardest one to get rid of, and they're using that because if you can get rid of that with it, you can get rid of everything under it. Okay. An ideal surface disinfectant would rapidly kill a broad spectrum of bacteria, have residual activity and minimal toxicity, not damage the surfaces to be treated, be odorless and inexpensive, work on surfaces with remaining bioburden, and be simple to use. That would be an ideal surface disinfectant. No single disinfectant product on the market today meets all of these criteria. Okay, there isn't one. When selecting a surface disinfectant, carefully consider the advantages and disadvantages of various products. Again, in my opinion, the most important thing is to be anti-tuberculocidal, all right? Because then you know you're killing everything else. Are those products more expensive? Yes. Is it worth it not to transfer something to another patient? In my opinion, yes. Always follow manufacturer's recommendations for mixing and diluting, for application, for shelf life, for activated use life, and heed all safety warnings. Make sure you wear your PPE when you're cleaning. I know it can be, you start to get away from that stuff once you work in an office for a while, but you are breathing in all those chemicals and they're not good for you. All right, so here's the different types of disinfecting and sterilizing chemicals. And this is table 20.5 in your book. Just to let you know. So a sterilant, all right, this is a category. Sterilant destroys all microorganisms, including spores. Okay. Examples are glutaraldehyde. So if you guys use cold sterile in your office, I hate cold sterile. Glutaraldehyde, phenate, hydrogen peroxide with peracetic acid or peracetic acid. These are used for heat-sensitive reusable items, and it's only sterilized through immersion. Okay, you can't just spray glutaraldehyde on something and be like, okay, now it's sterile. It has to be immersed in it, all right, for 10 to 12 hours. High-level disinfectant destroys all microorganisms, but not necessarily bacterial spores, such as glutaraldehyde, hydrogen peroxide with peracetic acid, and orthoformaldehyde. I don't even know what that is. Heat-sensitive reusable items, immersion only. All right, so that's a high-level disinfectant also. Intermediate level disinfectant destroys vegetative bacteria, fungi, viruses, and it inactivates Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Okay, so it's tuberculocidal. Examples are EPA registered hospital disinfectant with a label on it that says tuberculocidal activity. All right. It has to have that label that says anti-tuberculocidal or it's not. We use it for clinical contact surfaces, non-clinical surfaces with visible blood. A low-level disinfectant destroys bacteria, fungi, and some viruses. It does not inactivate tuberculosis. All right. Examples are EPA registered hospital disinfectant with no label claim of tuberculocidal activity. What are you eating there, kitten? Such as housekeeping surfaces, non-critical surfaces with visible blood, and clinical contact surfaces, right? Iodophores, EPA registered intermediate level hospital disinfectants with tuberculocidal action. Because iodophores contain iodine, they may corrode or discolor certain metals and may temporarily cause reddish or yellow stains on clothing and other surfaces. So this is one of the things to think about before you decide to use this type of disinfectant. All right, so it could stain your chairs, it could stain metal. Synthetic phenol compounds, EPA registered intermediate level hospital disinfectants with broad spectrum disinfecting action. Phenols can be used on metal, glass, rubber, or plastic. They may also be used as a holding solution for instruments. However, phenols leave a residual film on treated surfaces. Synthetic phenol compound is prepared daily. All right. So what might be a synthetic phenol compound, something that you use like in your ultrasonic? All right. Or surface disinfectant. So this one is tuberculocidal, virucidal. Sodium hypochlorite or household bleach is a fast-acting, economical, and broad-spectrum intermediate level disinfectant. However, bleach is unstable. It must be prepared daily. It has a strong odor. It is corrosive to some metals. It's destructive to fabrics. It's irritating to the eyes and skin, and it may cause your plastic chair covers to crack. All right, so again, there is no one thing that hits every rule. Alcohols are not effective in the presence of blood and saliva. I want to take a picture of this. I was fighting with someone about this the other day. Sorry, I'm stopping for a second here. Alcohol evaporates quickly and damages certain materials such as plastic and vinyl, and it is not recommended as a surface disinfectant by several agencies, okay? I remember being in dental assisting school and my dental instructor said, if you're gonna clean with alcohol, you may as well spit on a rag and clean with that. That's what she told me. So I kind of remember that in the back of my head, but alcohol is not used as a cleaner in the dental office. All right. Some chemicals on the market can be used for sterilization or high-level disinfection. When used as sterilants, they destroy all microbial life, including bacterial endospores. Depending on the type, time for sterilization can range from 6 to 30 hours. At weaker dilutions or with shorter contact time, these chemicals provide high-level disinfection, inactivating all microorganisms except endospores. Most of these chemicals are toxic, can irritate skin, eyes, and lungs, and PPE must be worn when these chemicals are used. All right, so this is talking about cold sterile, which there has been a huge battle over the years. All right. It's very toxic. If you're pregnant, I don't recommend going near it. Does it work? It works. It's just extremely toxic. So, covered instrument tray. So again, glutaraldehyde immersion, it's classified as high-level disinfectant. It can be used as a liquid sterilant when immersion time is increased. It's useful for plastics and other items that cannot withstand heat sterilization. It is very toxic and should be handled carefully to avoid fumes. Glutaraldehyde treated instruments should never be used on patients without being thoroughly rinsed with water. Prolonged contact of instruments with this solution can lead to discoloration and corrosion of the surfaces and cutting edges. All right, so don't just throw your instruments in glutaraldehyde and leave them there. They will corrode. All right, chlorine dioxide immersion disinfectant. It's an effective, rapid-acting environmental surface disinfectant or chemical sterilant. So if you leave it for 3 minutes, it acts as a surface disinfectant. If you leave it on for 6 hours, it acts as a sterilant. It does not readily penetrate organic debris and must be used with a separate cleaner. And it must be prepared daily and must be used with good ventilation, and it is corrosive to aluminum containers. Right, so again, you always want to look at the broad spectrum of things before you decide which one you're going to use. Orthophthaledehyde immersion disinfectant, or OPA, is classified as a high-level disinfectant. It is effective in achieving high-level disinfection within 12 minutes at room temperature. It's more expensive than glutaraldehydes, but it is a good alternative for individuals who are sensitive to that. It has very little odor and does not require activation or mixing. It is very costly. It can be used only half as long as most glutarides in dentistry. It stains the skin, it stains fabric, it turns plastics a blue-green color where proteins have not been removed. And it would require more than 30 hours to secure sterilization. High volume evacuation reduces the risk of saliva escaping from the patient's mouths. Regular cleaning helps tubes and pipes flow easier. And you clean it by flushing with detergent or water. And periodically, you also must clean your traps. Okay, hopefully that's being done in everybody's office. Housekeeping surfaces. There's no scientific evidence showing that housekeeping surfaces pose a risk for disease transmission in dental healthcare settings. Majority of housekeeping surfaces need to be cleaned only with a detergent and water or an EPA registered hospital disinfectant. However, used solutions of detergent or disinfectants, if prepared in dirty containers, may be reservoirs for microorganisms. So you want to make fresh cleaning solution each day, discard any remaining solution at the end of the day, and let the container dry to minimize bacterial contamination. Carpet and cloth furnishing. This is more difficult to keep clean because it is porous or easy to contract organisms, blood, saliva, and other body substances. Studies have documented the presence of bacteria and fungi in carpeting. Cloth furnishings pose similar contamination risks. CDC guideline is to avoid use carpeting and cloth upholstered furnishing in dental operatories, laboratories, and instrument processing areas. So all these floors should be able to be cleaned. All those surfaces should not be made of material that is porous. So you want them made of something that can be wiped down. Spills of blood and body substance. The majority of blood contamination in dentistry results from spatter and the use of rotary or ultrasonic instruments. No scientific evidence shows that HIV, HBV, or HCV has been transmitted from a housekeeping surface. OSHA requires that blood spills and other body fluids be removed and the surface is disinfected. CDC guideline says clean spills of blood or other potentially infectious materials and decontaminate the surface with an EPA registered hospital disinfectant with low level to intermediate activity depending on the size of the spill and the surface porosity. All right, so in this instance, OSHA and CDC are in complete agreement. All right, but CDC is just a little bit more specific about what type of disinfectant to use. All right, and we do, so again, we have to follow OSHA rules, but we take seriously the CDC guidelines into consideration. All right. Greener infection control. Protecting the environment that has become an important part of our personal lives and our homes. That responsibility extends to the provision of dental care. Many infection control products and procedures we use to protect our patients and ourselves have a negative impact on the environment. That's a fact. By altering a process or a material, it is possible to minimize a potentially negative impact on the environment. For example, using disinfectant wipes instead of spraying could reduce the amount of chemicals in the air. Going greener requires thoughtful planning, research, and experimentation. Going greener also includes paperless offices, which I think everybody should be pretty close to having at this point. Digital radiology is rapidly becoming state of the art. That is greener. We're not putting gamma rays out in the world. We're not radiating patients the way that we used to. By wearing personal protective attire, some of our PPE we clean. It's not, if you don't have ones that are disposable, like in our office, they give us gowns and then they clean them. So that is going greener for the environment because we're not throwing stuff away every day like that. Surface barriers and pre-cleaning involve the use of chemicals and PPE. So not always easy to go green, but sometimes you have to think outside the box to do that. All right, any questions? just be aware that there's different types of cleaning products, okay? You know, it's important that you know that there's higher level, lower level, and it is very important that you know which surfaces are which, okay? We have like 10 minutes, so I kind of want to go back to that other screen that we were at in the beginning real quick, and oh, it expired again. I keep opening this, hoping it'll stay. Oh, is this it? This is it. All right, so let's look at this activity. We talked about this, the chain of infection. So where does the chain of infection start? Where is the actual infection?
Portal of entry, maybe?
Portal of entry.
Not an open wound.
Boo.
No.
Is host susceptibility?
Hmm?
Host susceptibility?
Boo. All right, let's move on to an easier one. Countertops and instruments are what?
Point of entry.
Portal of entry.
Not the portal of entry. What are they? So portal of entry is literally a hole that it gets into.
It's either the eyes or the mouth, right? So
A place where the bacteria kind of gathers.
transmission, maybe?
Not transmission.
Reservoir.
Reservoir though.
Yeah. There we go.
Reservoir, okay? So countertops and instruments act as a reservoir, all right? How about a person who may have lowered resistance?
So then that becomes a host.
Susceptibility.
Yeah.
Correct. How about when the pathogen leaves the host?
Portal of exit.
Correct. Better not say correct till I see if it matches. Pathogen moves from one person to another is the
Transmission.
Transmission.
What about when the pathogen invades a new host?
So then,
Is it the portal of entry?
yep.
Which would leave us with infection as literally being so the infectious agent, okay?
Let's see.
All right, does that make sense to everybody? So, and
Yeah.
we can break that cycle at any of these areas, right? We can break that cycle at any of these areas. As dental assistants, we can break that cycle.
Mm.
Okay, so let's try this one. Hand hygiene.
So then,
These are all breaks in the cycle. So what will hand hygiene break?
Portal of entry?
no.
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 A transmission.
Good. Okay, how about PPE?
A portal of entry.
Okay, how about barriers?
Reservoir.
Reservoir? Yeah. Reservoir.
How about taking a complete medical history on a patient?
Oh, the host susceptibility?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm wrong. Really?
Infectious agent?
Okay, let's see. I'm like, I thought you were right too. Infectious agent. Okay, so that'll tell us whether or not the patient has an infection. Dental dam.
Host. Disability.
That would be the portal of exit?
And what about our immunization?
Host disability.
Susceptibility.
Right. Okay. All right, so does that make sense? So we learned how which areas are which, and then we learned how to break each area too, okay? So we learned about the chain of infection. The first link in the chain is pathogen. They're referred to as virulence and microorganisms. And an infection is more likely to occur if a subject is susceptible, right? And if they are subject to a larger number of pathogens, then an infection is more likely to occur, right? Virulence and the number of microorganisms are closely related to pathogens' ability to transmit infection. So the more virulent a microorganism, the fewer of them are needed to cause a disease. Okay. The reservoir link in the chain refers to the location of the pathogen, where it resides and multiplies. So remember, reservoir, if you think about what a reservoir is, it's literally where something is held. Okay, so that's an area where the microorganisms are gathering. So that's somewhere where it's sitting, like a countertop or an instrument, okay, something that it's actually sitting on. The susceptible host is an individual with a strong immune system, will not be a susceptible host. Vaccinations can decrease a host susceptibility to specific pathogens. The portal of entry is going to be, or portal of exit, right? Is going to be mucous membranes. Oh, I'm sorry. Intact skin provides a strong barrier to the entry or exit of most pathogens, but mucous membranes don't, right? Because mucous membranes, anything can get into or out of. We can't really stop that. How do we stop it? PPE, right? So microorganisms need a portal of entry or exit point to a susceptible host body that they can use to cause infections. The importance of these links is demonstrated by the amount of time we will spend on hand hygiene later. So keeping your hands free of pathogens is the best way to prevent. Okay, so chain of infection. Complete each statement by dragging an infection chain link from the list on the right. A well-sealed bandage over a recent cut due to the skin denies bacteria a what?
Portal of entry.
Port of entry.
Before placing the bandage over the wound, the doctor recommends rinsing the wound thoroughly to reduce the
Number of microorganisms.
I don't care if you guys just yell out. I'm sorry.
Oh.
No, that's good. I'm not, yeah. The doctor recommends a tetanus shot as well to reduce the
Vulnerability number. Yeah, is that vulnerability or virulence?
virulence.
In the
Yeah.
host susceptibility.
Okay, so remember, when we get a shot or an immunization, that makes us less susceptible,
Mm-hmm.
okay? So that's going to reduce our susceptibility to getting something, right? So again, we have acute infection, chronic, we spoke about that. Latent infection is something that lies dormant but comes out on occasion. Opportunistic is something that normally wouldn't affect us but is now affecting us because we're immunocompromised. Tetanus is caused by common anaerobic bacteria. So tetanus is something that you can get, especially if your susceptibility is high. All right, so an infection caused by a pathogen that emerges from a dormant state is called an opportunistic infection. True or false? Think about when you guys look at some of these questions, even if you don't know the answer, think about the words that they're using, all right? Because what is opportunistic? cut it down to the word that you see there that you know. What word do you see in opportunistic that makes sense? Or what's another word that looks the same as that word?
False.
How about opportunity?
Yep.
Right? So opportunistic infection is an infection that has this one opportunity to get into you. Okay. So is that something that is laying from a dormant state and coming out?
No,
Okay. So is it true or false?
false.
Okay. Good. So when you guys take your test, if you don't know the answer to a question, you're like, what? Take a step back, look at the words, because a lot of times you know more than you give yourself credit for. And if you just pick the words apart, the answer's right there for you. Okay. Do you know what would be the one that was in a dormant state? Do you remember?
Yeah, that they had it when they were younger, and then it comes back due to stress or
Latent.
late.
Oh, like,
A slow progressing, long lasting infection is called a chronic infection. Again, look at the word. What does chronic mean?
Strong.
long.
Chronic literally means long, right?
So it's true.
So it's true. Candida albicans is a species of yeast that is present in everybody's mouth, usually without causing any disease. A damaged immune system, as in patients with AIDS, may result in the patient's mouth becoming raw, inflamed, and painful. This type of yeast infection is an example of an opportunistic infection. Let's again talk about opportunity. So I have candida in my mouth, right? I don't have a yeast infection in my mouth. Why is this patient getting a yeast infection in their mouth? Why are they susceptible and I'm not?
Because of the
Their
immune
immune
system
system.
is compromised.
So is this an example of an opportunistic infection?
Yes.
Okay. So a lot of times, like I said, if you just literally pick apart the sentence, even if you're like, I have never heard this before, stop. You can usually find a base word in a word that they're using. Think about what it means and then reread the sentence and see if you can't come up with a something that makes sense to you. Okay. At least cut it down to, it's a lot easier to choose from two choices than it is from four. So even if you can cut out two that way, you're giving yourself a leg up. And that's for any test you take, by the way. I happen to be a really good test taker, and I do that with every test I take. Like, even if I look at this, I'm like, I've never seen this before in my life. I usually try to step back and kind of cut it into pieces. And it usually makes more sense to me when I do it that way. All right, how infections are transmitted. Diseases can be transferred between individuals, called infectious diseases, also known as communicable diseases. The pathogens go from an infected individual to an uninfected, and that is called the mode of transmission. We did talk about that already. We talked about virulence of the pathogen, the quantity of microbes transferred. We talked about the immune status and whether the patient, you know, if their hygiene is not up to par, that's gonna play a part in it. So those are all direct transmissions. Remember, indirect transmission, the pathogen kind of hitches a ride on an object of some kind and is transferred. All right, that object can be countertop, instrument, bib clip. The inanimate object that carries and transfers disease is called a fomite. All right, so we have the direct transmission and indirect transmission. All right. Oh, this is a video of a person coughing. I'm not going to play that for you right now. But this is also, you know what? It's 18 seconds. I'll play it for you. It's because you can watch it. Okay. Literally like that. Okay, so that's natural airborne transmission. Nasty, right? Now here's a high-speed dental drill, just to show you the difference. All right, so we have all our suctions going.
Is it even suctioning?
So these aerosols are a fine mist, all right? You can't even see them, not like coughing, like you can see when someone coughs. The particles that come out can land on anything, right? They can land on the patient, they can land on the staff, they can land on objects. So unless we're really careful, that's what we're gonna deal with, all right? So this is just saying, you know, be careful because you can spread infection through a break in the skin. Be careful handling sharp objects. These signs are so funny. I feel like it should say everybody must wash hands before leaving the restroom, but obviously fecal oral route of transmission. If you have good hand hygiene, should not be an issue. All right, we're almost done here. We have like 2 more things and then we'll take our break, okay? So let's see. Let's look over here on the right for the matching terms. So through contact with infected body fluids containing blood would be which of these on the left?
Direct transmission?
Bloodborne transmission, I think, right?
How about person-to-person contact?
That would be direct transmission.
Direct.
Good. How about by aerosol spray or spatter?
Aero-
No, facial oral transmission, right?
What is, so let's break that down. What is fecal?
Oh, okay, my bad.
Airborne
You're back.
transmission.
Oh, okay. So that would be airborne transmission?
Airborne. Yes.
Right.
Good. How about through a break in intact skin?
Uh,
Okay, so let's stop right here. If you're not 100% sure what the answer is, all right, let's look at the other answers in the right column and see if we can figure them out, and that will just leave us one answer at the end. Okay, so there, I always, if I'm not, I mean, I know what the answer is, but if I'm not sure, I always try to go through a side door. Okay, so if you're not 100% sure about that, let's move on to the next one. How about object to person contact?
Indirect
Indirect.
transmission.
How about through poor bathroom hygiene?
oh, that's fecal oral transmission.
Yeah, there we go.
So let's go back to through a break in the contact of the skin.
Parenteral transmission.
Parenteral transmission. Okay, so if you forget that, like I said, a lot of times the answer is in the surrounding area. All right, so it is a really good test taking skill to know. Okay, one more activity here. Okay, so shaking hands would be which of these?
Direct transmission.
Direct transmission.
Good. I don't actually can't see what this person is doing right here.
That looks like a band.
Oh, he's cutting a pepper. I'm sorry.
That does not look like a pepper. Now that you mention it,
Hey, there's it's a
Oh,
red pepper.
green leaf.
Okay, I think that's what he's doing.
big band-aid or some plastic or something.
All right, so which might this be?
Facial or oral transmission.
If they didn't wash their hands after they went to the bathroom and then they started preparing food, that food would then be transmitted orally to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How about this one?
That would be
Bloodborne.
Bloodborne.
Good. And then finally, this woman not covering her mouth.
Me too.
Airborne.
Airborne.
Perfect. We talked about naturally and artificially acquired immunity. We had, remember, the passive, the active, the naturally passive, the naturally active. All right. So that was fun. All right. So it's 12:08. We'll say that it's 12:10. So I am going to post those tests, and I'm not going off of here anyway, but you guys can go have your lunch and pause me or whatever. And I will meet you back here at, I guess, 12:40. Okay.
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 See you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. I was a little bit late. Good morning, everybody. I'm Natalia. I missed the introduction and everything. Of course, always late for everything. I wanted to know if I missed anything.
The only thing I don't know if you heard, everybody else can go to lunch. That's fine. You guys are, unless you need to be here.
Thank you. guys.
Do you have a Gmail account? Were you here when I
No,
talked
I
about
know. I was here. Yeah.
that? Okay, so if you can create a Gmail account, I will
Okay.
create a Google Classroom for you guys. What I'm going to do now is open up a couple tests for you to take. They're practice tests. You don't have to take them, but if you do take them, it gives you the correct answer. You can download it, and what you can do is, let me stop the share. I'm sorry, so you can see better. What you can do is we can go over any questions that you have about the tests next week.
Okay.
And as of next week, I will also open more tests for you. And then right before you take your test, if you just want to text me or email me or send me some sort of message, I can open up another test too if you want to do that.
Oh, okay.
Again, you don't have to take them, but
Yeah. No.
yeah, I think it's really helpful to
That helps me personally.
And as far as the PowerPoints that I'm doing, I'm going to put them all in the Google Classroom
Okay. Right.
so that if you want to refer back to them, you can.
Oh, great. That's great.
All right. But I need to create that Google Classroom, and then I need to, I feel like everybody needs a Gmail account.
Okay.
I know I've tried it with Yahoo and MSN, and I feel like for some reason they don't connect.
Okay.
So I'll create the classroom, and if you just want to, you're probably not going to use them between this week and next week anyway. So if you just have that by next week, then I'll be able to create that. For you.
Okay. Great.
Okay. I'll have it created. I'll just.
Did I miss at the beginning? No.
I mean.
No. All right. That's fine. I was just wondering.
Yeah. So we're just going over the chapters, which you have the MDA book. Next week, what we're going to do is I'm going to use a different book. You guys don't have it, but it is. I feel like it's a really good tool. This book, you don't have it.
Right.
However, it goes over similar things that we're going over today, but in a little bit more detail. And again, you don't need this book because I'll put all the PowerPoints onto our classroom together. So if you want to refer back to them, you can. Because last time I did this course, I was trying to like email everyone. And I just think with the Google Classroom, you always have that there for yourself.
Yeah, of course.
You can always
Yeah.
just refer back to it. So that's it. Yeah. Any questions you have, please feel free to ask me.
All right.
And I'll open up the tests and put all the information here for today.
Okay.
Okay.
Great. Thank you
All right.
so much.
You're
All
welcome. I'll see you in a few.
right. Okay.
Hmm. Excuse me. So, I don't know if everybody can hear me. Can everybody hear me? Okay. So I posted two things here on the right. Those are the links to get onto the classroom clipboard, like mock exams that I made.
In the chat?
The practice tests.
Oh.
So all you need to do before you get off this Zoom meeting is clip that and then save it somewhere. Or if you want to just copy this and paste it somewhere, that's the link to get onto it. So that should take you directly to the test. So there's two tests there. Again, you don't have to take them if you don't want, but.
I do. I'm just trying to figure out where in the chat one or in
Oh,
the
you know what, Brian?
what's up?
You got off of this? Hold on.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Okay. So you aren't in the everyone text. Hold on. I got to post them again for you, I think. Okay. Can you see that?
Oh, there. Yeah, yep. I see
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Sorry,
about
everybody
that.
else are on there twice, but these are the two tests. So this first one is the link to the first test, and this one is the link to the second one.
Mm.
Okay.
Yep.
So you can just copy and paste them wherever you want.
I see it.
Hmm?
I see the links. Okay.
I
And
can't
then-
do it either, so give me 1 second. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here.
Okay. You might just be, you might have your chat closed.
I could see everyone, but let me
But do you have the chat open on the side?
Okay.
I see.
I see.
Wait,
Yeah.
So far I only have Brian's email address. So I think I invited him.
you want me to write my email?
You can write it before you leave today, is fine.
Okay. I don't have a Gmail account yet. You mean?
Again, I can try.
No, I will create a Gmail account after we're done with this.
Yep.
today.
I'll do the same.
I'll send you my, should I write it here in the chat? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Asking, I need a name and also an access code.
What, when you click the link?
Yeah.
Is it saying that for everybody?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. In that case, that's weird. It says this takes you directly to the online test. Okay. So you might have to go onto Classroom Clipboard and sign up for it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Is that what it says?
I mean, it's not saying that, but I think that's what we have to do, maybe.
Because here's the access codes. That's to the second test. That's to the mock test.
Yeah, I think we need a code.
Mm-hmm.
That's to the mock test number 2. That's the second one. I'm sorry, I'm getting them for you right now.
This is, oh, this is the password? The
Mhm.
access code?
Yep. I do want you guys to check them before I leave, so.
Can you check? Because I could only see this, but now I can't see like whatever else was in the background, remember? Like, remember when she was showing the slides?
Oh, I know. I'm not there yet. I'm sorry. Because I'm over in my test taker.
Oh, okay.
It's me. It's not you.
Oh, okay.
I have to get the access codes from my
All
own.
right, I just wanted to make sure.
All right. And this one is for, this is the access code for the, what did I call this test here?
So what would be the name?
Disinfection. That's what I put. I put the name there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
It's okay.
I don't see it.
So, Professor, I'm in. It's just telling me now I have to do, you know,
Oh, box number 2.
What's it telling you?
use your return code instead of your original access code. If you get disconnected, you need to return to your test later. You'll pick up where you left off. So once I hit next, I'll probably be taken to the test then.
Yeah, I wouldn't start taking the test right now.
Gotcha.
I mean, you could because I didn't put a time limit on it.
Oh, okay.
But since we only have till 2 and you have, I left it open for 3 months. I'm hoping you guys take your test before then.
Yeah, I would want to.
Okay.
I want to before, you know, before all this information deletes from my busy brain.
So the first one, that PGL9A, is called the mock exam
Mm-hmm.
on there. And this second one is sterilization exam.
Okay.
So yes, you might have to sign up. I don't know if did you have to sign up for Classroom Clipboard, Brian?
No, once I put the access code and I put my full name, I was in.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought we were gonna need to do that, but I guess not. Once I put the access codes, yeah.
Okay,
Oh, breeze.
awesome. And then that second one is the access code for the, sorry, I did them backwards because
Oh,
so that second one, the BTH, is the access code for this Classroom Clipboard right here,
The first link or for the second link?
for the first link.
Right. Okay.
And if you guys want to just go into them, then you can
trying
have an
to
access
get
code to get back to them. That's fine. I just want to make sure you can get into them.
All right.
Okay. Let's see. All right. Excuse me. So just let me know. So we're going to do another one of these little bad boys, and then we're kind of going to go back and forth between, like, this is good interactive, right? Because it kind of reminds you of what we just went over in the PowerPoint. Like, I could talk till the cows come home, but my voice bores me to death, so I'm sure it's boring you guys too. Okay, so is everybody in their test? Did everybody figure that out? Did
No, I didn't. I wasn't able to. I'll go back to it later.
Okay. Who wasn't able to? I'm sorry.
I wasn't.
Natalia?
Yeah.
Natalia, sorry.
Okay.
Right.
Um,
Should I keep trying before we connect?
no, I mean,
Do it later.
I'll
Yeah.
stay after. Our class is over at 2:30, so
Yeah.
I just assume stay after and help you with it.
Great. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Okay. So let's bin drop these into the different classifications. So we have a wall-mounted paper towel. Would that be clinical contact surface or housekeeping?
Paper towel. Or clinical contact.
Housekeeping.
Housekeeping.
Okay. This is not something that we use when we're working in an office. It's something that, it's not a clinical contact surface. Okay. Which of these would be a clinical contact surface? Name one.
Patient's chair.
Okay.
Good. And how about another one? What else would be a clinical contact surface?
Countertop.
Dental unit.
All right, let's slow down for a second. What would a countertop be? Is that really a clinical contact surface?
Oh, no.
No.
Housekeeping.
Housekeeping, good.
Okay.
Oh, I'm wrong. That's not right. Really? Really? Okay, well, I stand corrected. I guess you're using your countertop as your Alabama cart. Okay, dental unit would be which?
Clinical.
Oh, yep.
Good. How about the floor?
Housekeeping.
Housekeeping.
Both.
Good. Windowsill?
Housekeeping.
Unless you're doing something I don't know about. Sink?
Housekeeping. No, actually,
You're right.
oh,
Yeah,
right.
probably both. Yeah.
So why is it not both?
Because the patient has nothing to do with the sink. That's for
Well,
personal.
here's the thing. Most dental chairs have that bowl connected.
Right.
So they're assuming that bowl is connected.
Okay.
Okay. So I know that some don't. So if your particular office doesn't, who said it wasn't? Someone,
I would
what
say that it
kind
wasn't.
of office do you work in? Where you don't have a bowl? I don't have a bowl in mine either.
I don't have one either.
But they're assuming that the sink is just being used to wash hands. Okay. But I know you're using it to rinse and spit too. So yeah. How about light handle?
Clinical.
That's clinical.
Clinical. Okay. Good. All right. So let's read this scenario and then we'll answer the questions about it. All right. You've just dismissed Mr. Smith and are getting ready to clean and disinfect the dental operatory. The dental office in which you work uses a combination of fluid-resistant surface barriers, disinfectant sprays, and wipes, and single-use disposable items. All right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the first thing you should do?
Clean the chair.
Remove the barriers.
Plastic barrier and clean up the chair.
So we think it's remove barriers.
I will remove barriers first.
Right.
Wash hands and put on personal protective equipment.
Oh.
Okay, so you take off your gloves that you're using. Don't forget, when you clean your room, what do you have to use?
Utility gloves.
Okay, so the first thing that you want to do is take off the gloves you're using, wash your hands, put on your PPEs, which include utility gloves. All right?
Mm-hmm.
A surface barrier is a good protection for which type of surface?
Clinical.
Very good. A difficult to clean clinical contact surface. Okay? You notice that water is splashed around the sink. The sink represents, here's that question again. The sink represents which type of environmental surface? We already know what they think it is, so. Do you remember?
Oh my gosh, we just did it.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of it.
We said it wasn't clinical, it was,
Was housekeeping? How's
Yeah, housekeeping.
good, housekeeping. I know, how quick we forget, right? That's why these are good. They kind of keep our mind. What type of disinfectant is recommended for decontaminating housekeeping surfaces?
Antiseptic. I was gonna say alcohol, but
No, alcohol, she said, it evaporates.
right.
I said, my teacher always told me if you spit on a paper, it's as good as using alcohol.
Mhm.
Alcohol, no. What
Mm.
type of disinfectant?
High level disinfectant, tuberculosine disinfectant.
For housekeeping.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure they said medium, right? Been a minute since I took this test too. Hospital
Yeah.
disinfectant, okay?
Hospital disinfectant.
Not tuberculocidal, but a registered hospital disinfectant. If you remove barriers from the patient's chair and light, would you need, this is a good question, and it was on the last test that one of my students took. If you remove barriers from the patient's chair and light handles, would you need to disinfect these surfaces?
yes. I would say yes.
Is that the general consensus?
I mean, if you remove the barrier, you already removed the.
So
Also,
a light handle
Wow.
has a barrier on it, right? During the procedure. You take off the barrier. Do you also need to clean it?
I believe you do because the aerosol goes into the actual light.
Does the aerosol go into where your barrier is?
No,
No, you're removing it with your dirty gloves if you're cleaning the room.
Are you, or are you using your utility gloves like you're supposed to?
Well, the utility gloves will be dirty if you're cleaning up the room and removing the barrier. No?
You're using utility gloves to clean your room. Here's my question to you. If you have to remove the barrier and clean what's under there, do we need a barrier?
no. So because it defeats the purpose to having a barrier. So why use both? Just use one. If you remove the barrier, you don't need to clean because you already removed the contaminated area.
Okay. Does everybody understand that? And it was on the test.
I failed them.
One of my students came back and they were like, what? And I was like, I told you that. If there's a barrier covering something, okay, you don't need to clean it after. Clean underneath because you've covered it. There should be nothing under. The whole point of a barrier is something can't get through it, right? Now, if you don't have a barrier on it, does it need to be cleaned? Absolutely. But if you have a barrier covering it, it doesn't need to be cleaned. The barrier needs to be changed. It doesn't need to be cleaned too, okay? It's overkill. Would it be necessary to clean and disinfect the computer keyboard and drawer handles as you prepare the operatory for the next patient?
Yes.
Correct. Why?
Touched everything, cross contamination.
Right? We touched it. We know we touched it. We always touch it. Okay. What type of disinfectant spray or wipe would you use when decontaminating the countertops and dental unit?
The tuberculoside.
I probably spelled that wrong. So again, they're saying intermediate level EPA registered disinfectant, which we know is tuberculoside. Okay. What should you do with the disposable items that were used during the procedure?
Cover them.
So I think they're saying after you're done the procedure, all the disposable items such as saliva ejector, HVE, air water syringe tip, what would you do with them?
Dispose them.
Dispose it in the red bags.
They do not need to go in the red bags.
No, they need to be in an enclosed garbage.
Yep.
You can just open it with your foot, something like that,
Throw disposable items in the trash.
in the trash, right?
Okay. What's the only thing that needs to go in that environmental waste? In that medical waste bag? Stuff that is soaked.
And blood.
But
Okay. And sharps need to be disposed of in an environmental waste container.
Sharp.
Different,
container.
but yeah, different container, but. All right, arrange the steps for placing and removing surface barriers in the correct sequence.
Is
Sorry,
there a
you
way
can't
that
see
I
all these. I know.
It's wear utility gloves to, and then that should be number 1.
What's that?
Well, actually, no, you have to remove the barriers, right? Yeah, there we go.
We have to remove our gloves. I can't
Right.
see very well. Can I make this screen bigger?
You can make the screen bigger. The problem is I'm the only one that can touch this
Oh.
and make these bigger. So it's not. Wait, unless they're. Oh no, this is just telling me how to do it. All right, well, let's do it together. So we want to arrange the steps for placing and removing surface barriers in the correct sequence. What do we want to do first?
Wash and disinfect our hands and remove gloves.
We always want to wash our hands first,
Mhm.
okay?
Wear utility gloves.
So this one says wear utility gloves to remove contaminated barriers, but we haven't put the barriers on yet. So we want to put the stuff on first.
Oh.
So after we wash and dry our hands, we want to,
Where
how about select appropriate surface barrier? Right? We want to select which barriers we're going to use.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
And then we want to place the barrier so the entire surface to protect it is covered,
Mhm.
right? And then we want to check and make sure it's secure. Because if it's not and it falls off, it's not doing us any good.
Okay.
All right. So now we have set up the barriers, right? Now we're doing our procedure. Now we want to remove the barriers. So we want to wear utility gloves to remove contaminated barriers, right? Then we want to wash, disinfect, and remove. Oh, no, no, no. What am I doing?
Carefully,
Then we want to remove the barriers.
Yeah.
then wash and disinfect.
Then wash and disinfect. Okay? My God, that is so loud. I'm sorry. It scared me. All right. All right, so for pre-cleaning and disinfecting, I think this really will help you to like kind of visualize. All right, so a newly employed dental assistant is preparing the dental operatory. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. For the next patient. You happen to look in the doorway and observe her. She hurries through the task in order to get to the next patient as quickly as possible. Using her bare hands, she removes the barriers from the patient's chair and the light handles and discards them into the trash. She puts on clean nitrile exam gloves and sorts through the tray and unit, discarding disposable items. She then wipes several items off at once, places them back into the drawers in the mobile cabinet. Finally, she removes the instrument tray to the sterilization area and finishes up by wiping the remaining clinical contact surfaces one time using the disinfectant wipes from the canister. With her exam gloves still in place, she enters a drawer, pulls out clean replacement barriers for the chair and light handles, places them, removes her gloves, and exits the operatory to greet the next patient. What is the first thing the dental assistant should have done before touching any contaminated items?
Wash her hands.
Always the first thing. She didn't do one thing right, did she? Okay. Wash her hands and put on her PPE. What type of gloves should she be wearing to clean the operatory?
Utility gloves.
Good. How many times should she have wiped off the small items before returning them to the drawers in the mobile cabinet? How many times do we wipe everything? 1 for clean, 2 for,
Disinfect.
1 for clean, 2 for disinfect, right? 1 to pre-clean, 1 to disinfect. That's for everything. All right, so we always want to do 2 complete wipe downs. 1 pre-clean, 2 for disinfect. She also cross-contaminated items in the drawers by doing what?
Touching everything with the same gloves.
Wearing dirty gloves, right? Are the fresh barriers that she placed clean?
No,
Why not?
she
gloves were not.
contaminated everything.
She did not do a good job. Okay? If you're wearing contaminated gloves, clean stuff is now contaminated. Would you want to be the next patient in that dental operatory?
Absolutely not.
No.
Heck no. All right. No, it's not clean. It's not disinfected, right? If you observe this in real life, what would be the ethically responsible course of action?
Say something.
And
Not sit on the chair unless she cleans everything and disinfect everything again.
what would be the ethically responsible course of action? Yeah, you have to say something, but what else do you really need to do?
Clean the room properly.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, who do we care about?
Patient,
Yeah.
our health, us, our family.
Yes. Just yes. Just correct answer, yes.
Okay.
Right. Okay. We want to make sure the room's clean. And honestly, we should show her how to do it. Right?
Right.
Okay. Oh, we're not playing this game. This is spelling. If you guys spell it wrong, okay. We're not doing a crossword either. Sorry. Okay, this is another bin drop. Okay, actually, this is a really hard bin drop. Okay, so I'm glad we're doing this one. Can be safely used to disinfect impressions.
You said we could spray it.
Spray it with what?
Medium level disinfectant.
So here's our 3 choices.
Iodophor is too strong, I think. Sodium hypochlorite. Oh, the middle one.
It's like makes this mean thing when you get it wrong. All right, which one contains iodine?
Iodophor.
Which one may leave a stain on the contact surface?
Iodophor?
Which is not approved by the EPA for use in dental offices?
Sodium hypochlorite.
Which is more effective when applied after pre-cleaning?
Synthetic.
Of compound.
Which is destructive to fabrics?
Sodium chloride.
which is corrosive to metal,
Sodium chloride.
Chloride.
which is irritating to the eyes, skin, and lungs.
Sodium chloride as well.
Mm.
Oh, iodophor?
Mm.
Oh,
Synthetic.
Wow. I'm like, okay. All right, so we want to remember iodophor stains surfaces. It contains iodine. Synthetic phenol compound is irritating to the eye, skin, and lungs. It's more effective when applied after cleaning and can be used to disinfect impressions. Sodium hypochlorite corrodes metals. It's destructive to fabric, and it is not approved for EPA by the EPA. Okay. Oh, we just did this. Sorry. So these are immersion disinfectants. It must be mixed daily.
Chlorine dioxide? I'm totally guessing. Okay.
Which one requires an eye wash station close to where it's mixed?
All?
OPA.
OPA.
Which one did I say I hated more than anything? I hate this stuff. I
The
hate it.
first one, glutathione.
Okay. This stuff is really toxic. Like it's toxic.
Glutaraldehyde.
That's cold sterile. It looks green. I don't know if you have it in your office or not.
We used to have, not
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah. Has little odor.
OPA?
All right. So even if you don't know the answer to this, right? Let's say you're like, I don't know which one has little or no odor.
I'm guessing, yes.
Right. Okay. So even if you're guessing, chlorine. Can you smell that when you close your eyes?
100%.
Glutaldehyde. Can you smell that when you close your eyes? Like I can already just smell it. Okay. So, and then it can't be all if it's one of them, right? So at least you're, even if you don't know what glutaldehyde is, you can at least cut out chlorine dioxide and all to take you down to 2 answers. Okay.
Okay.
It can harm aluminum surfaces.
Chloride dioxide.
Good. It does not require activation or mixing.
This is the OPA.
Good. Pre-cleaning is required.
Pre-cleaning, all. No?
No, you don't need to pre-clean for. Well, do you need to pre-clean to put something in glutaldehyde? Or do you just throw it in the cold sterile bin?
The first one.
Yeah, you just throw it in the bin, right? So that one's not true. You don't need to pre-clean to put it in there. Come wrong too. It's gotta be this one. All right, so chlorine dioxide, you need to pre-clean it first, because this doesn't act as a pre-cleaner. All right, which one requires rinsing of instruments after soaking?
Glutamate.
Which one requires covered containers?
Glutaraldehyde.
Yeah.
All of them?
Right.
Which functions as a high-level disinfectant or sterilant?
First one, gluta.
See, OPA.
Oh.
All of them.
Oh, they all do. I'm sorry.
Okay, all of them?
I'm like, what?
Like,
All right, chlorine. Hi, bud. Chlorine dioxide is effective as a high-level disinfectant and as a sterilant. I don't know why this is here. I guess it literally says it in there, but okay. All right. So all of these function as high-level disinfectants, and all of them require closed containers. Okay, baby. When I'm done, I'll come help you. All right. Any questions about this? I know they're confusing, but again, sometimes you can kind of cut some of them out. And there's not going to be questions that are that specific on the test, but you do need to know them. There might be one or two.
Okay. Are you gonna be sending us to these practice tests?
I don't know if I can try. So this is an online book that I acquired over COVID. So I don't know. I will try to. I don't think you guys can take this test, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I don't think you can take it. I think you would need to buy this book. Please take the dog out. What? Okay, we'll clean it up and take the dog out. You need to take the dog out, please. I can't talk right now, honey. Where are you going? Okay, so let me. This is not the screen I want to share here. Okay. Principles and techniques of instrument processing and sterilization. This is chapter 21 in your MDA. So each recommendation made by the CDC is categorized on the basis of existing scientific data. So we talked about this before. So remember there was the category 1A that was strongly recommended, 1B, which is, well, category 1A had clinical trials, studies. 1B was recommended and using a strong theoretical rationale. 1C mandated. Ranking evidence level 2 is suggested but not required. And then unresolved issue has no recommendations yet. Okay, classification of patient care items. These categories help determine which sterilization methods best ensure the safety of dental care workers and patients. Categories are based on the risk of infection associated with their intended use. Classifications are used to determine the minimal type of post-treatment processing. So we have critical instruments, which are items used to penetrate soft tissue or bone. These are the greatest risk of transmitting infection and must be sterilized by heat. We have semi-critical instruments, which so what would be like a critical instrument, would you say?
A syringe.
So here's the thing though, a syringe doesn't actually penetrate anything. The needle of a syringe does, but the actual syringe doesn't penetrate anything.
Okay.
Forceps?
Right.
Like a forceps, right?
Or an
Yes.
An elevator, something to do with oral surgery or something to do with periodontics or something that really goes in and penetrates soft tissue and bone. Okay, semi-critical instruments touch the mucous membrane or non-intact skin. This lowers the transmission risk. It should still be sterilized by heat or receive minimum high-level disinfection if not heat tolerant. And then we have non-critical instruments, which contact only intact skin. So another critical instrument might be a probe, right? That a hygienist uses, or hygiene instruments, because they really get in there and, you know, they're all covered with stuff when you're done with them. So a non-critical instrument would probably be something like a college plier that only really touches intact skin, right? Or like a syringe, because the syringe part of it doesn't touch anything. I mean, it touches your dirty hand. Obviously, it needs to be sterilized, but in the grand scheme of things, it's a non-critical instrument, right? Has a low risk of infection transmission. It's cleaned and processed with EPA registered intermediate or low level disinfectant. 7 steps for instrument processing. So step 1 is the transport. So we transport contaminated instruments to the processing area in a manner that minimizes the risk of exposure. Okay, we still need to wear appropriate PPE, and we need a rigid leak-proof container to put the instruments in. Step 2 is the cleaning of the instruments. We need to clean the instruments with a hands-free mechanical process like an ultrasonic cleaner, all right, or an instrument washer. Step 3 is packaging. In the clean area, we want to wrap or package the instrument in the appropriate materials. Each package has to have some sort of chemical indicator on the package. Okay, so the bags that we use, our sterilization bags, have one. If you use, like, let's say blue wrap, then you have to use a tape with hash marks on it that is chemically, has a chemical indicator on it. Sterilization. So we load the sterilizer according to manufacturer's instructions. We label the packages. We do not overload the sterilizer. Place the packages on their edge in single layer or on racks. Operate the sterilizer according to manufacturer's instruction and allow the packages to cool before removing them from the sterilizer. We again allow the packages to cool before handling them. Okay. Storage. We want to store instruments in a clean, dry environment in a manner that maintains the integrity of the package. We rotate the packages so that those with the oldest sterilization dates will be used first. When we deliver packages, delivery is step 6, to the point of use in a manner that maintains sterility of the instruments until they are used. Inspect each package for damage. Open package aseptically. Quality. An effective quality assurance program should incorporate training, record keeping, maintenance, and use of biologic indicators. Okay, so these are the steps, the 7 steps for instrument processing. PPE. Must always use PPE when processing instruments. This includes utility gloves, mask, eyewear, and protective clothing. The dental assistant may be exposed to microorganisms through contact with contaminated instruments or other patient care items. Exposure can occur through percutaneous injury like needle sticks or cuts, or contacts with the mucous membrane of the eyes, nose, or mouth. So that's why we want to be careful when we transport and process contaminated patient care items, okay? We are at a very high risk for getting contaminated if we don't do it properly. In the instrument processing area, it should be centrally located in the office to allow easy access from the patient care. It should be dedicated only to instrument processing, physically separated from the operatories and laboratory, and not be part of a common walkway. In this area, you need good air circulation. It needs to be large enough to accommodate all equipment and supplies, and the area should not have door or windows that open to the outside because dust may enter the area. Multiple outlets and proper lighting, water, and an air line and vacuum line for flushing high-speed handpieces. Okay, these should all be in the instrument processing area. Are you really not going to take her out?
I am taking her out.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I love you. That's why you're my favorite. That's why you're my favorite.
Don't we say that to all?
Okay, a deep sink should have hands-free control for instrument rinsing and a foot operated or other hands-free trash receptacle, if space permits. The flooring should be uncarpeted, seamless, hard surface. Size, shape, and accessories of the instrument processing area can vary. So these are just terms used in instrument processing. We have pre-cleaning, sterilization, disinfection, high-level disinfection, intermediate-level disinfection, and low-level disinfection, which we've discussed in numerous times already today. Okay, so there should be a workflow in your instrument processing area, okay? Regardless of size or shape, There's 4 basic areas that govern the pattern of workflow. So processing of instruments should proceed in a single loop. So you should walk into your instrument processing area and there should be a contaminated items only, a pre-cleaning area, a clean items only, and then a sterile item. So it should be like a circle. All right, and they should not overlap and you should not have to double back. Okay, your workflow should be in one direction. All right, processing of instruments should proceed in a single loop from dirty to clean to sterile to storage. This is just giving an example of a processing area, how the waste is on the one side, the packaging area is in the middle, and then the sterilization and storage area is on the other side. In the contaminated area, all soiled instruments are brought into that area in the initial receiving area of the instrument processing room, and they're held there for processing. So any disposable items that haven't already been discarded in the room need to be taken off and discarded, right? Disposed of. Thorough cleaning should be done before all disinfection and sterilization processes. So remove all debris, organic materials, blood, saliva. Contaminated area contains clean protective eyewear, utility gloves, counter space, sink, waste disposal container, holding solution, ultrasonic cleaner, eye wash station, and supplies for wrapping of instruments before sterilization. This should be in no matter what lab you walk into or no matter what instrument processing area you walk into. All right. It should look something similar to this. Preparation and packaging area. In this area, cleaned instruments and other dental supplies should be inspected, assembled into sets or trays, and wrapped or placed in packages for sterilization. The prep and packaging area should consist of counter space, storage space for sterilized instruments, fresh disposable supplies, and prepared trays or instrument cassettes. Clean instruments are not sterile. Okay, so clean instruments should not be in the sterile area. Clean instruments are not sterile. They could still have pathogens on them. Just because they don't have notable blood on them doesn't mean they don't still have pathogens. All right, instruments must be packaged and sterilized before they're used on a patient, obviously. And this is what it should look like, or something like this. Okay, so instruments may be pre-cleaned in one of 3 ways, either hand scrubbing, which they don't really recommend anymore, ultrasonic cleaning, or instrument washing machine. So probably most of the offices at this point have ultrasonic cleaning machines. Okay, that's probably that's the most used. If instruments cannot be cleaned immediately after a procedure, they should be placed in a holding solution to prevent the drying of blood and debris on the instruments. The holding solution may be any non-corrosive liquid, like an enzymatic solution that partially dissolves organic debris is good to use. Dishwasher detergent also makes a good holding solution because it's low cost, low foaming, and readily available. It is neither cost effective nor desirable to use a disinfectant alone as a holding solution. The container must have a lid and must be labeled with a biohazard label because there's contaminated instruments in it. Even if what you're using is just dish soap, you're putting contaminated instruments in it. All right, so you need a biohazard label and a chemical label because of the cleaner or detergent. So you need both labels on that. The holding solution should be changed at least twice a day and more frequently if it becomes cloudy. Remember, a holding solution is necessary only when the contaminated instruments cannot be processed immediately. Okay. So your office may not have this because you may just do your instruments as they come in, and that's okay. You only need it if you can't just throw your instruments like in a sink and leave them there is what they're basically trying to say. So this is a type of holding solution, all right, instrument detergent. Hand scrubbing is the least desirable method of cleaning instruments because it requires direct hand contact with contaminated instruments. If you are going to do hand scrubbing, these are the precautions that you should use. you should not do hand scrubbing. But if you are going to do it, these are the precautions. You want to wear goggle-type eyewear, puncture-resistant gloves, and your PPE. All right, clean only 1 or 2 instruments at a time. Use a long-handled brush. Keep items above the water line. You don't want to fully immerse them because then you won't be able to see the sharp ends. And then if you reach in to get them, you could potentially hurt yourself. You want to allow instruments to air dry or carefully pat them with a thick towel. He's in the bathroom. Never rub or roll instruments while they are in a towel because of the risk of accidental injury. Thank you, Sadie. I appreciate you. Ultrasonic cleaning is used to loosen and remove debris from instruments. All right. It also reduces the risk of cuts and punctures in the hands, which is why it's the most used. Puncture-resistant utility gloves, mask, protective eyewear, and a gown should always be worn when you're doing the ultrasonic cleaner. You want to keep a set of tongs near the ultrasonic unit that can be used to remove instruments after the cleaning cycle has been completed. If you have the type of ultrasonic that you can take the tray out and rinse, then you don't need the tongs.
Yeah.
All right, like this. You don't need tongs for this. Excuse me. Because you could take this whole thing out and the instruments are in there and you can rinse them in that. All right, so an ultrasonic cleaner works by producing sound waves beyond our human hearing waves. They can travel through metal and glass containers. Bubbles burst by implosion. Instruments should be processed in the ultrasonic cleaner until they are visibly clean. Time varies from 5 to 15 minutes depending on the amount and type of material on the instruments and the efficiency of the ultrasonic unit. All right, so anywhere between 5 and 15 minutes. Only use ultrasonic solutions that are specially formulated for this cleaner. Some cleaning products have enzyme activity. Usually use enzymatic tablets for this. Other ultrasonic cleaning products have antimicrobial, which reduce the buildup of microbes in the solution with repeated use. And antimicrobial activity does not disinfect the instruments. It just prevents the microorganisms from multiplying. Okay, so this is your basic pre-clean. You put them in there to get the instruments visibly clean so that you can autoclave them. All right, these are a couple types of ultrasonic cleaning solutions. There's packets, there's tablets, there's concentrated or ready mix gallon containers. Don't use other chemicals in there. Don't use plain disinfectants in there. If you do, some of these other materials that are not meant for this type of unit can actually cause the blood to stick onto the instruments, making your job twice as hard. All right, specific ultrasonic cleaning solutions are available for the removal of difficult materials such as cement, tartar, stain, plaster, and alginate. And I'm sure you guys have all seen them, like tartar and stain remover, alginate remover. So there's different ones. And then whatever you're trying to remove that from, like if you're trying to remove tartar from a denture, you put the solution into a bag with the denture, close the bag, put it into your ultrasonic and turn it on, and it shakes the bag that you have the other item in and shakes off the debris using that tartar and stain remover. All right, refer to instructions of your unit manufacturer, and the ultrasonic cleaner should be labeled with both chemical and biohazard, same as that other same as the holding solution, okay? Because we have a chemical in there, so we need a chemical label, and the instruments, dirty instruments are in there, so we need a biohazard label. All right, care of the ultrasonic cleaner. The ultrasonic cleaning solution is highly contaminated and must be discarded at least once a day or sooner if it becomes visibly cloudy. When the solution is being changed, the inside of the pan and lid should be rinsed with water, disinfected, rinsed again, and dried. All PPE should be worn while solutions are being changed, okay? Whenever you're around that, you always should have your PPE on. If you notice that the instruments are not being cleaned in your ultrasonic, the unit may not be functioning properly. So to determine whether it's working, You want to hold a 5x5 inch of aluminum foil, half submerged in fresh unused solution. Run the unit for 20 seconds. Hold the foil up to the light. Surfaces that were submerged should be evenly marked with a tiny pebbling effect over the entire surface. An area without pebbling of more than a 1/2 inch indicates a problem with the unit, and it needs to be serviced. Okay? So just a little piece of tin foil, 20 seconds, and you should notice pebbling on it. I don't see these used very much either, but they do have automated washers or disinfectors. They look like little tiny washing machines. They look and work similar to a household dishwasher. It must be approved by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. It uses a combination of very hot recirculating water and detergent to remove organic material. After washing, the instruments are automatically dried. They're classified as thermal disinfectors because they have a disinfecting cycle that subjects instruments to a level of heat that kills most vegetative organisms. And the instruments are processed in an automatic washer disinfector. They still have to be wrapped and sterilized before used on a patient. Even if you have this fancy dishwasher, you still have to autoclave your instruments, okay? Instruments and burrs made of carbon steel will rust during steam sterilization. Rust inhibitors such as sodium nitrate and commercial product can be used to help reduce rust and corrosion. An alternative to rust inhibitor is to dry the instrument thoroughly with the use of dry heat or unsaturated chemical vapor sterilization, which does not cause rusting. Before sterilizing, instruments should be wrapped or packaged to protect them from becoming contaminated. When instruments are sterilized without being packaged, they are exposed to the environment as soon as the sterilizer door is opened. Okay, if you're sterilizing instruments and not packaging them, they're only sterile until you open that door. All right, then they are not sterile anymore. They can be contaminated by aerosols in the air, dust, improper handling, or contact with non-sterile surfaces. Additional advantage to packaging instruments is they can be grouped into special setups, such as crown bridge, amalgam, composite. Sterilization packaging materials and cassettes are medical devices and therefore must be FDA approved. It's important to only use products that are labeled as sterilization. Don't substitute things like plastic wrap, paper, Ziploc bags. Specific types of packaging material are available for each method of sterilization. Okay, so again, there's the blue paper wrap you can use. There's nylon tubing. There's peel pouches. All right, there's all different kinds of things you can use. Cassettes, but again, if you're autoclaving your instruments and they're not packaged in something, as soon as you open that autoclave, they are no longer sterile. All right, so here we have self-seal packages. An unwrapped cycle, sometimes called flash sterilization, is a method for sterilizing unwrapped patient care items for immediate use. I know a lot of places do this with hand pieces, so, you know. The time for unwrapped sterilization cycles depends on the type of sterilizer and the type of item. Unwrapped sterilization should be used only under certain conditions. Sterilization destroys all microbial forms, including bacterial spores. Sterile is an absolute term. There is no partially sterile or almost sterile. It's either sterile or it's not sterile, okay? All reusable items, critical and semi-critical, that come into contact with patient blood, saliva, or mucous membrane must be heat sterilized. The three most common forms of heat sterilization are steam, chemical vapor, and dry heat. An autoclave is used to sterilize dental instruments and other items by means of steam under pressure. Steam sterilization involves heating water to generate steam, producing a moist heat that rapidly kills microorganisms. As the steam fills the sterilizing chamber, the cooler air is pushed from an escape valve, which then closes and allows the pressure to increase. It is actually the heat, not the pressure, that kills the microorganisms. Dental office steam sterilizers usually operate in heat up, sterilizing, depressurization, and drying cycles. Different manufacturers provide different features depending on what you use. This is what steam autoclaves look like. This is probably what you use in your offices. Packaging materials must be porous enough to permit steam to penetrate. They may be fabric, but most often sealed film or paper pouches, nylon tubing, sterilizing wrap, or paper wrapped cassettes. One disadvantage is that the moisture may cause corrosion on some high carbon steel instruments. Distilled water should be used in autoclaves instead of tap water, which often contains minerals and impurities. Rapid or flash sterilization of dental instruments is accomplished by means of a rapid heat transfer and unsaturated chemical vapor. So flash sterilization may be used only on instruments that are placed in the chamber unwrapped. Flash sterilization should also be used only for instruments that are to be promptly used on removal from the sterilizer. It is always the best policy to use a method of sterilization in which the instrument can be packaged before use and remain packaged until the time of use. All right, so best thing to do, package your instruments, sterilize them, and leave them packaged until you use them in front of the patient. Open them. Chemical vapor sterilization is similar to autoclaving, except that it has a combination of chemicals, is used instead of water to create a vapor. OSHA requires a safety data sheet or SDS on the chemical vapor solution because of its toxicity. So that's why a lot of offices don't use this, because it is using yet another chemical, all right, which is very toxic. Advantages of unsaturated chemical vapor. It doesn't rust, dull, or corrode dry metal instruments. The low water content of the vapor prevents destruction of endophiles, orthopliers, wires, bands, burrs. A wide range of items can be sterilized without damage, and other advantages include the short cycle time and the availability of a dry instrument after the cycle. Disadvantage is that adequate ventilation is essential because residual chemical vapors contain formaldehyde and methyl alcohol, and they may be released when the chamber door is opened. These vapors can temporarily leave an unpleasant odor and may be irritating to the eyes.
Do they still exist?
I have never seen one. I'm not saying I can't say they don't exist, because I've seen a lot of like things that I'm like, huh, I didn't know they still had that around. So I can't say they don't exist, but I have not encountered one as of my 20 years. So
Oh.
I will say that. I'm not saying they don't exist though. They must still exist because this book was written in 2018. So they're somewhere, but not around here. Girl, what are you doing? All right, filtration and monitoring of chemical vapors. Newer sterilizers are equipped with special filtration device that further reduces the amount of chemical vapor. Formaldehyde monitoring badges, similar to radiation, are available for employees. I mean, I just think it's so toxic already with everything going on that I would raise an eyebrow if I was working in an office with one of these. Packaging includes film pouches, nylon tubing, sterilization wrap, wrapped cassettes. Thick or tightly wrapped items require longer exposure. As with autoclaving, closed containers and aluminum foil cannot be used because they prevent sterilizing agent from reaching the instruments inside of them. The three major factors in chemical vapor are pressure, temperature, and time. Okay, so pressure should measure 20 psi. Temperature 131 or 270 degrees Fahrenheit, and time is 20 to 40 minutes. So not that much different than a regular autoclave. Dry heat sterilization operates by heating air and transferring that heat from the air to the instruments. This form requires higher temperatures than steam or chemical. It operates at 190 degrees Celsius. Or 375 degrees Fahrenheit, depending on the type of sterilizer. The advantage is that the instruments will not rust if they thoroughly dry before placing them in the sterilizer. And there are two types, static air and forced air. So this is kind of like an oven. All right, heating coils are at the bottom of the chamber, and the hot air rises inside like a convection oven. All right, Heat is transferred from the non-moving air to the instruments in 1 to 2 hours. Do you understand why we don't use these?
Yeah.
Can you imagine like
1 to 2 hours.
2 hours?
No.
It'll be ready in 2 hours. Disadvantages include amount of time and errors due to incorrect processing time. The wrapping material must be heat resistant. It's also called rapid heat transfer sterilizers. They circulate the hot air through the chamber at a high velocity. This permits rapid transfer of heat energy. So for this one, the exposure time in a forced air sterilizer after the sterilizing temperature has been reached is anywhere from 6 to 12 minutes. So this one's fast. Ethylene oxide sterilization, carried out at low temperatures, but it requires 4 to 12 hours, depending on the sterilizer model, and 16 hours of post-sterilization aeration to remove the gas molecules bound to plastic and rubber surfaces. It is ineffective on wet items, and the toxicity is possible if the gas is not handled properly. Liquid chemical sterilants, some types of plastic, as some rubber dam frames, shade guides, and X-ray film holding devices are damaged by heat sterilization. A liquid sterilant, such as 2 to 3.4% glutaldehyde, might be used for sterilization of these. Glutaldehyde requires 10 hours of contact time. Anything less is disinfection, not sterilization. That's like really important. So if you're using cold sterile for your XCPs to take x-rays, and you're throwing it in the cold sterile and then coming back 10 minutes later and taking it out of the cold sterile to use again, that's lovely. You have disinfected it, without a doubt. What you have not done is sterilized it, because it needs to be in there at least 10 hours, okay? Sterilization may fail when direct contact for the correct time between sterilizer and all surfaces is insufficient. Several factors can cause the sterilization process to fail, including improper instrument cleaning or packaging and sterilizer malfunction. Results of sterilization errors: if you don't properly clean your instruments, if there's dried blood or cement, the organisms may be insulated from sterilizing. If you don't package it properly, the package could come out ripped, wrap could melt, and nothing inside is clean. All right, improper timing, improper loading of the sterilizer. If you overload your sterilizer, your bags are not going to turn the proper color for the steam, and they're not really going to be sterilized. All right, so if it's supposed to turn dark brown or black and it's like a light brown, I would rerun those instruments. And I always think to myself, would I want this instrument used on me? And if the answer is no, don't use it on another person. Okay, just rerun it. Same thing with the improper temperature. Okay, it's critical that dental instruments be properly sterilized because microorganisms cannot be seen with the naked eye. All right. So there's 3 forms of sterilization monitoring. There's physical, chemical, and biologic. Physical monitoring involves looking at the gauges and readers, and although correct readings do not guarantee sterilization, an incorrect reading is the first signal of a problem. Remember that the reading reflects the temperature in the chamber, not inside the pack. There's chemical monitoring systems. This involves the use of heat-sensitive chemical that changes color when exposed to certain conditions. There are 2 types. There's process indicators and process integrators. Process indicators, or external, are placed outside the instrument packages before sterilization. They look like 2 little strips. You know what I'm talking about? You put them inside your autoclave and then probably send them out once a month, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to make sure that the
I mean, once a week. What did I just say? Once a month? Holy moly.
yeah.
You're like, what?
Actually sterilizing properly.
Correct. Okay. Some people do it in-house. That's fine. Process indicators simply identify instrument packs that have been exposed to a certain temperature. They do not indicate duration or pressure. Process indicators are useful in distinguishing between packages that have been processed and those that have not. So process indicators, they're the things located on the bags that change color. All right. And so here's some examples. So we have on the left, we have tape, that's chemical indicator. And on the right, we have the little tabs that are chemical indicators. Process integrators are placed inside the instrument packages. They respond to a combination of pressure, temperature, and time. They're also known as multi-parameter indicators. Stripped tabs or tubes of colored liquid. The advantage of placing integrators inside each package is that penetration of the package by the sterilization agent is ensured. Process indicators and integrators provide immediate visual control of sterilizing conditions. They do not indicate sterility and are not a replacement for biologic monitoring, which we just talked about is spore testing. Okay, it's the only way to determine whether sterilization has occurred. The CDC, American Dental Association, and Office of Safety and Asepsis Procedure, or OSAP, right, recommend at least weekly biologic testing of sterilization equipment. Several states also require routine biologic checks at weekly, monthly, or cycle-specific intervals. 2BIs are used inside the instrument packs, and the sterilizer is operated under normal conditions. The third strip is set aside as a control strip. After the lid has been sterilized, all BIs are cultured. If the spores are killed, the sterilization cycle was successful. The culturing of the spore test is handled with the use of a mail-in monitoring system. And this is what they look like. So the one on the right, I think you test in office. I haven't seen that since I was in dental assisting school 20 years ago, but they do still have them out there. The one on the left is what most offices use, and you mail them in and they send you your results. High-speed dental handpieces. What? Did someone say something? No? Okay. Sorry, I'm hearing things now. High-speed dental handpieces rotate at up to 400,000 revolutions per minute, or RPM. Blood, saliva, and tooth fragments, as well as restorative materials, may lodge in the head of the handpiece, where they may be retained and transferred to another patient. Dental handpieces must be properly cleaned and heat sterilized. Flushing the handpiece is the best way to remove debris. To flush it, attach a pressurized handpiece cleaner to the intake tube of the handpiece. Flush the head of the handpiece to remove debris. Blow out the handpiece using compressed air to remove debris before sterilization. Running coolant water from the dental unit through the handpiece at chairside is insufficient. That is not how you clean out your handpiece. Only steam sterilization and chemical vapor are recommended because sterilization temperatures should not exceed 275 degrees Fahrenheit. Handpieces should be packaged in bags, wraps, or packs to protect them from contamination before use. Never run a handpiece hot out of the sterilizer. Avoid rapid cool down, such as running it under cold water. If a handpiece needs to be cooled quickly, use an air fan to blow room temperature air over them. Any questions?
You mentioned before, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned before about the unwrapped cycle,
Mm-hmm.
the autoclave. You said that this is usually used for handpieces.
So what I said was, in a lot of offices,
That we
that would
do because quick cycle.
Yeah. I still always recommend wrapping them.
No, I was just gonna ask you if so. I know the cycle says to do unwrapped. I've never used the unwrapped cycle, but now that you mentioned it, that some offices use it.
Yeah.
I guess we.
I mean, it's on there. It can be used. As far as the handpiece goes, if you, the way that I feel is as soon as you open up that autoclave, it's not sterile anymore.
Right.
Right? I mean, Now, the thing with a handpiece is that the handpiece doesn't actually, it's the burr that goes into the patient's tooth.
Right.
I feel like it's a slippery slope, but if you take
Yeah.
it right out of there with clean gloves and put it into a bag,
Maybe. Okay.
I'm still going to always recommend that you bag it
Bag it.
because I feel like the second air hits it, it's not sterile anymore. And I
Right.
wouldn't want that handpiece used on me.
Right.
You know, even though, again, the handpiece isn't actually doing the work. I mean, the handpiece is doing the work, but it's not in the tooth doing the work. You know what I mean? It's not like a probe.
Right.
It's not like, and it's not like it wasn't sterilized, but I mean, I've gone into offices and
right.
opened
No,
drawers
stop
and there's
it.
instruments
Stop
in the
it.
drawer unwrapped. Those aren't sterile.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wondering.
So,
Okay.
but
thank
I see why they do it with hand pieces and I can see the rationale for it. I'm still always going to recommend they go in a bag because
Drop it in.
anything that touches the air is no longer sterile. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, where are we here? So I'm going a little slower than I went on my last review, because we do have 2 days to do it, but I think doing these little like skill things where we're like, okay, put this in here, put this in here. I think that's explaining it a little bit better than just a PowerPoint. So hopefully you guys are cool with that. Like normally I do PowerPoint after PowerPoint, but I really feel like if we do some interactive stuff, it's just more helpful and it helps you guys understand a little bit more in a different way. I know everybody learns in different ways, but you know, after looking at this, I really do think it's helpful. So I'm open to suggestions, but I feel like this is helping you guys to understand a little bit more to do the interactive stuff in with it, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
I like that. I don't mind it at all.
Okay, and I think it just breaks it up a little bit, so. Okay, so so again, just to touch on this. So can you guys can see this, right?
Yes.
Okay. Classification of patient care items. So we have the critical instruments, semi-critical, and non-critical. The risk of transmission is very high for critical, moderate for semi-critical, and very low to none for non-critical. All right. The recommended handling is sterilization for critical, sterilization or high-level disinfection for semi-critical, and intermediate or low-level for non-critical. It doesn't mean you can't autoclave them. I think all metal should be autoclaved if it can be. Just it doesn't have to be. Okay, so we're going to go through these and separate them into critical, semi-critical, and non-critical. All right, so impression spatula.
Be critical.
Semi-critical.
What is it?
Semi-critical.
Semi-critical.
Why?
Because I touch the patient's mouth. Well,
Where?
not really.
Yeah, nothing.
I haven't touched the patient yet. It's non-critical.
Okay, we're not even touching the patient with
Yeah,
it.
I haven't touched the
Right,
patient.
right, right.
Burr,
Critical.
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 mouth mirror.
Critical.
Semi.
So here's the thing with the mouth mirror. It's in the mouth, that's true, but
Mhm.
does it touch anything that,
Semi-critical. It's just touching the mucosa.
correct? Okay, it's not getting into the sulcus, it's not, it's not touching any bone, or not to say it gets dirty.
It does. I mean, if it's
It
blood,
gets dirty, but it's not
Right.
getting dirty from bone, or it's not into the tooth. It's on the outside. Okay. Impression tray.
Semi.
That one's semi-critical.
semi. Yeah.
Let's talk about the impression tray again. What makes it semi-critical?
Because you're putting it in the patient's mouth.
Right. When you take the impression.
Good.
Yeah.
But you're not touching anything else with it, right?
No.
It's not touch. I'm not saying that there can't be blood on it when you're done, because there could be, but it's still semi-critical because it's not going into tooth or bone or into gum tissue. Okay. Matrix retainer.
Critical. Oh,
Talk to me about the matrix
Critical.
container.
sorry.
Semi-critical.
Semi.
Which part of the matrix does go in?
The Tufflemeyer.
Right.
So that Tufflemeyer will be critical. Okay.
Right. But that's not an instrument. It's disposable, right?
Mhm.
It's a one-time
Right.
use.
Right.
Rubber dam frame.
Semi-critical.
Where's the rubber dam frame go?
No.
Side.
Where do you put the rubber dam frame?
Outside of the.
On the outside.
Yeah. So it's non-critical.
Critical.
Right? It's on the outside of the mouth. Scalar.
Critical.
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 Surgical forceps.
Critical.
Critical.
X-ray film holder.
Semi.
Semi-critical.
Let's talk about where the X-ray film holder goes.
Inside the mouth.
Well, not really. It's outside. Which
So
one?
part of it, yes, part of it goes inside the
Oh,
mouth.
part of it goes in. Right.
Part of it goes inside the mouth.
Yeah.
Explorer.
Critical.
Critical.
Critical. Yeah.
Face bow. Do you know what a face bow is?
No.
So a face bow, I'll tell you, it's on the outside. It's to do a bite. I know they don't, I haven't seen one. Actually, we have one at the school I teach at, but other than that, it sits on the outside of the mouth. It's helping to do a bite. So it is on the outside. How about a curing light?
Semi-critical.
Semi-critical.
Say non-critical.
Because it has a copper.
I'm going to say it's non-critical because you're only holding it.
It goes in. It goes in.
It goes in, but you're not putting it on, it shouldn't be on top of the mouth. You're holding it, right? Like when you cure something, you're not,
Right, but it goes in a critical area.
but it's not touching anything.
Right.
Barrier too.
Oh, but
Yeah.
And it should have a barrier on it, but it's not touching anything, or it shouldn't be. Like when you hold, like you don't put it on top of the tooth, right? You hold it.
right, you hold it, but it goes in.
It goes in the mouth, but it doesn't touch anything.
Right, right.
Oh,
And
okay.
it has the barrier.
So I think that's the rationale for that. Although I do understand what you're saying too.
Right.
Okay, so all that being said, where would we want it? What would we want it? How would we clean a scalar? No disinfection, low level, high level, or sterilization.
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 How about a curing light?
Disinfectant. Low-level disinfectant.
How about a bone chisel?
Oh, sterilization.
Right. That's
So even if you don't know what a bone chisel is,
sterilization.
Sterilization.
what does it sound like it is? Like, does
Well, the
everybody know what it is?
It goes in the bone.
Yeah, okay, it's an oral surgery instrument. But if you don't do oral surgery, you probably don't know what it is. But it's a hammer thing that goes into the bone, that chisels the bone away. Like if you just look at the word, you're like, that has to be sterilized. All right, X-ray film holder.
It's a low level.
So we
Sterilization.
decided that it was semi-critical, right?
High level or sterilization?
High level or sterilization, that's correct. How about an X-ray tube head?
Low level disinfection.
I almost want to say it's no disinfection. Because A, it should have a barrier on it. And B, it's not going anywhere. That's the tube head.
Outside.
It's not going anywhere. Yeah. I mean, it should be disinfected, but it should have a barrier on it. How about an amalgam carrier?
Sterilization.
Mhm.
Or
Whoa.
High disinfection?
so what they were saying is, I think they meant, oh, here, the lowest acceptable post-treatment processing. I should have read that to you first. I was like, I think they meant the lowest level one. Okay. Transporting contaminated patient care items. You want to remove all the sharps from the instrument tray, assemble all instruments and patient care items into a cassette, deposit the contaminated items into a contaminated items only bin. So, some questions. When you clean the dental operatory, you must wear a mask, goggles, protective clothing, and exam gloves. True or false?
True.
Does everyone agree with that?
Missing one?
Well, you're missing the utility gloves.
What are they using instead?
Exam.
Is that right?
Gloves.
So
the
if one thing is wrong, they're all wrong, right?
Oh, okay.
All right. So if the whole statement isn't true, then it's false. And they will try to trick you like this on the test. You should remove contaminated sharps from the tray before you transport them to the sterilization center.
True.
True.
1000% true. You must transport contaminated instruments and patient care items in a closable or covered tray or container.
True.
True.
Correct. Sharps containers should be localized at the point of use and in the sterilization center.
True.
Good. Okay, this is talking about the interesting instrument, wow, processing area. I'm starting to trip over my own words. We talked about it being well ventilated, have an air and vacuum line, deep sink, seamless hard flooring, no carpeting. We talked about holding solutions, all right, that we put the instruments in if you're not going to be able to get to them right away. Ultrasonic cleaner. Let's view this short video of operating the ultrasonic cleaner.
When operating the ultrasonic cleaner, the dental assistant should wear PPE and utility gloves. You will be handling sharp, contaminated instruments and using a chemical ultrasonic solution that could splash in your eyes. Raise the lid on the ultrasonic container and check that the level of the solution has been filled to the level recommended by the manufacturer. Place the basket into the ultrasonic cleaner. Close the lid and turn the cycle to on. The time of the cycle may vary from 5 to 15 minutes. After the cleaning cycle, remove the basket. Hold the basket at an angle and thoroughly rinse it in a sink under running water with a minimum of splashing. Gently turn the basket onto a towel and remove the instruments or cassettes and close the lid on the ultrasonic cleaner.
That was beautiful. She did it perfectly. All right, arrange answer choices by dragging them into a field. So what are the steps for operating the ultrasonic cleaner in the correct order? What do we do first? Sorry, I know these are.
Put on protecting clothing.
Place items on the cassette.
Oh, wait, what, did I choose the right thing?
I think you did. Oh,
Yeah, place
yeah.
instruments in the yes. Close the lid. Remove sterilize.
Check.
That one. Make sure check the
I'm
containers.
cheating. I'm
I
like,
can't read them.
I know.
Okay, remove the cassette from the solution. Replace the lid. Yes, replace the lid and timer. Remove the cassette.
Remove the basket.
Yeah, remove baskets.
Mask it with the and run on the water and then place them into the instruments.
There we go.
Oh my God, that was so loud.
One more step sequence. Try to wait. What?
Oh, one of them's wrong.
Check container numbering, please.
Oh, okay. So you want to put the cassette in first, and
Right.
then after the cassette is in, you want to make sure that the solution, because it'll take up room.
Mm.
It's at the right level.
Oh, I was backwards then. Okay. Oh, so first you want to check the container to make sure it's filled with solution. And then you want to place the instrument cassette. Okay.
Mhm.
It was really loud, scared me. All right. So you want to use corrosion control when you're doing hand pieces or any sort of instrument like carbide burr, scissors, or hinged instruments. Spray or dip rust-prone instruments into commercial inhibitors, lubricate them, allow instruments to air dry. We talked about packaging dental materials or dental instruments already. And storing sterile dental instruments. Ours, we never have to worry about moving them around because we go through them all day long. It's when one's never sitting there for days on end not being used. So we don't really need to worry about rotating in my office because we're super busy, but I guess there are offices where they only use certain things not that often, so you want to make sure you rotate. You should place instruments that cannot be cleaned immediately in a
Holding solution.
You should change ultrasonic cleaning solutions at least twice a day or when they become
Cloudy.
Never operate the ultrasonic cleaning unit without the blank in place.
Closing the lid.
Why shouldn't you do that?
Is it open? The fumes? Well, no.
The fumes, what else happens? So it's shaking it and it's doing what?
It's gonna
Yeah.
Yeah, all the stuff you're shaking off those instruments are now going all over the place, right? The ultrasonic cleaning unit should have blank and chemicals labels on it.
Hazard grade. Biohazard.
Mhm. You must wear blank when processing contaminated instruments.
Protective gloves. The
PP.
utility gloves.
All PPE, not just utility gloves.
Okay.
Ultrasonic basket, beakers, trays, and pans must be rinsed, blanked, and dried overnight.
Dry. Oh wait, dry's there already.
Basket should be emptied and let air dry overnight.
Yeah, I think.
Where was it? What was it?
Emptied out and air dried overnight.
Mm,
No, but
Air dry.
Affected? Yeah.
infected.
Okay. So when you remove the ultrasonic basket at the end of the day, you want to rinse it, you want to disinfect it, and then let it dry overnight. So it's ready to go for the next day. Hand scrubbing contaminated instruments increases the risk for what?
Yes. Biohazard? No. Stripes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you're hand scrubbing contaminated instruments, you're on it. Like when it says sharps injury, it means cutting yourself. Okay.
Mm.
That was a little confusing, that question, but all instruments and patient care items must be wrapped or blank for sterilization.
Disinfected or packaged?
Which one is it?
Disinfected?
Packaged?
Wrapped or packaged,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because we don't want to disinfect them. We
Right.
want to sterilize them.
They're gonna go, right.
You should store sterilized instruments in a clean, blank environment.
Dry?
Allowing instruments to air dry before sterilization reduces the risk of
Oh, corrosion.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like trying not to go past. I'm like anywhere I go, you're not going to see that one. Perfect. Okay. Any questions? No questions on that? Okay. All right, this is talking about the autoclaves that we just learned about. We're running short, so I'm not going to play you the video on how to autoclave instruments. I kind of think you guys probably are on top of that. Let's put the steps for autoclaving instruments in the proper order.
It's wrap instruments. That one.
Correct. What's next?
Make sure instruments are, I don't know, clean and no. Control, no.
Add water, add distilled water.
It has to be that one, yeah.
Set autoclave to the right temperature?
Mm.
No.
Yeah, that one. Insert process integrator into instrument packages.
Seal label.
Seal label on date.
Okay.
Make sure.
Load the autoclave chamber.
Mm-hmm.
Allow the sterilization to be completed.
Oh, yeah. What does the first one say? Make sure.
Make sure instruments are what?
Clean and dry. I think we missed some steps here, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think wash hands and put on, that should have been first maybe.
Oh, it's not letting me move these.
Oh,
Interesting.
Hit the reset button maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Water to the sterilizer. Set temperature. Set temperature.
Oh, hear this autoclave controls?
Oh, yeah.
This?
Instrument placing to the sterilization.
So,
Wait, insert process integrator? What is that one?
well, first off, I think we need to wrap the instruments first.
Right.
Then I think we need to seal, label, and date the packages. Right?
right. And then insert the process integrator.
Sterilizer.
Oh,
What about washing your hands? No?
well, but what does it say here? Wash your hands and put on clean exam gloves.
Oh, okay. All right. I didn't see that.
Mhm.
Sterile.
Add distilled water. Allow sterilization cycle to complete. Right? No.
No.
No, because we didn't load the autoclave chamber yet.
Make sure instruments are what? Place packages.
Load, right.
I don't know what that meant, but. All right, allow sterilization cycle to complete and then
Make sure
then,
instruments are clean and dry.
well, that's interesting. And then remove packages.
Place them in a clean container and then wash hands.
Mm. My God.
Lie.
All right, we got some of them right.
Yeah.
All right, so I think probably wrap instruments has to be first.
The indicator.
All right, I might give up on this, you guys, because okay.
So then that has to be first then.
Maybe, yeah. Select the
Guessing.
controls, right. Insert the process indicator in the package before you wrap the instruments.
Maybe.
You're right.
That's it. And then wrap
Seal and label there.
seal, label. Oh, maybe seal label is before wrap instruments.
Oh.
No, because you're gonna seal it after you wrap it.
Oh, right. No, but then label and date
That one goes on 7, and then make sure the instruments are dry on 8.
Okay.
Oh, oh my God.
All right, I'm actually giving up on this one because I have no idea. I'm giving up on this one.
Got the same 5 wrong.
I literally have no idea. Been autoclaving instruments for 20 years now.
As long as it's sterile, right?
Okay.
That's what matters.
All right, let's move along. All right. The steam autoclave is the most common sterilizer used in dental offices. True or false?
True.
Correct. The average sterilization cycle time for a steam autoclave is 1 hour.
False.
What is it usually?
It's from
40, 30.
40 minutes.
30 to 40 minutes. Yeah. The steam autoclave is likely to dull scissors, damage hinged instruments, and corrode non-stainless steel items and burrs.
The steam autoclave. If
No,
it's
it's false.
So
What?
don't forget, steam uses water.
Right, right.
If we don't let it dry, it will.
It's non-stainless steel. It'll corrode it.
Mm-hmm. So that's why we want to use the non-corrosion. Steam sterilization is safe for plastic and rubber items.
False.
No, right. False.
I meant to hit false. I'm so sorry. Sorry. Okay. We talked about flash sterilization. That was 5 to 7 minutes. So let's do our bin drop. We're coming towards the end here, but let's finish this sterilization thing. Okay. Instruments are wet after cycle completes. Steam or flash?
Flash.
Recommended for implantable devices.
Implantable. Steam.
Steam, yeah.
Instruments are dry after cycle completes.
Steam.
Steam autoclave.
By the power of deduction, since the other one was wet. Items are not wrapped or packaged.
Flash.
Items must be wrapped or packaged.
Steam.
Used when instruments must be sterilized quickly.
Flash.
Good.
Flash.
This is the static air dry one. This is like the convection oven. This is the forced air dry heat sterilizer. We talked about the chemical vapor, the ethylene oxide, which we don't want to use as assistance. Oh, I'm sorry. My video is shut down. I apologize. That's probably for the best because I was really making big faces with that one that we kept getting wrong. So I'm glad you couldn't see me for that one. A patient notices an unpleasant odor and complains that his eyes feel irritated. Which sterilization method might cause these symptoms?
Chemical vapor.
You are asked to sterilize delicately hinged ortho pliers. Which method is most appropriate?
Dry.
Here's, I don't know.
Dry heat, because there's no moisture. I mean, it's going to take 2 hours, so hopefully you only have one patient, but. You are preparing a pouch containing crown and bridge scissors and carbide burrs. Which sterilization method is the least likely to make these instruments dull?
Dry heat.
Good. You need a group of instruments sterilized as quickly as possible.
Flash sterilization.
Good. Which sterilization method requires the highest heat? Remember, one required like 490 degrees.
Dry heat.
375. You're drying an instrument in preparation for loading it into a sterilization unit. For which method is this step essential?
For steam sterilization. Autoclave. Oh,
Instruments must be clean, but not necessarily dry before they're wrapped for autoclaving.
So
Chemical?
no, it's dry.
Instruments do not need to be dry before they're sterilized.
Yeah.
Okay. Instruments must be pre-dried, and you guys have never used this, but I just want you'll remember it because we, laughed about it, whatever.
Right.
But instruments have to be pre-dried before being loaded into the dry heat sterilizer. Are you guys okay if we just real quick finish this? I know it's 2:30. If you're not, I'll end it. And we can come back to this next time. You tell me.
I'm okay.
You're okay
Yeah.
to, I mean, we're almost done. We're at 15 of 22. So the error is leaving dried blood, cement, and other debris on instruments. The result is microorganisms may be insulated from sterilizing, meaning if there's dried blood on there, then the microorganisms might remain on there if you autoclave them. That's why it's so important to ultrasonic everything first. Using packaging materials that are not compatible with the type of sterilizer, what could happen is packaging materials may burn, the sterilizer may not penetrate the wrap, and you won't have sterilized instruments. What happens if you overload the chamber?
You won't sterilize correctly.
Sterilizing may not reach the center of the load, and they may not get autoclaved. How about setting an incorrect time?
It's not gonna autoclave.
Same exact thing. The unit may not have enough time to sterilize the items. How about an incorrect temperature?
Same.
Same thing.
The unit may not have enough heat to sterilize it. How about if you open the chamber door before the cycle is complete? Not only will you give yourself second-degree burns, which I have done, but the unit will not have enough time to sterilize the instruments. Let's see how well you remember the most common errors associated with operating sterilization equipment by completing the following activity. You're orienting a new dental assistant on how to process instruments and patient care for sterilization. She has several questions as you are telling and showing her how to operate the system. Will it make a difference if I'm unable to remove the hard cement from an instrument?
Yes.
Because it might not penetrate the instrument then, right? By not cleaning the debris off, you can't be sure the instrument will come out sterile, right? I noticed that we have two different packaging materials. Does it matter which one I use for instruments that are going to be steam or put into the dry heat sterilizer?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because the dry heat sterilizer packaging has to be
Dry.
it has to be dry, but it can't be, it has to be heat sensitive. It can't melt like it, because it gets so hot, it has to be a specific material just for that,
Mm-hmm.
right? The steam may not penetrate and sterilize the instruments if you don't use the proper packaging. And in the dry heat, you have to use specific wrap for that design, or it could burn. If I get pinched for time, can I open the chamber before sterilization cycle is complete?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely no. All right, and we know why.
This type of question coming out on the test, and do we need to be specific on, can we say yes or no questions, or we need to be
So
specific?
your test is not fill in the blank.
No, it's in a multiple choice.
Correct. But ready for this? If you can answer fill in the blank questions, you can 1000% answer multiple choice questions.
Okay, definitely.
Okay. So if you can answer these fill in the blank without having answers in front of you, then you can 1000% answer it with answers in front of you.
Okay.
Okay. Sterilization monitoring. We have the physical. We talked about this is biological monitoring. And you guys understand the chemical that you have to have specific things to show you that it's been monitored properly, that it's been autoclaved properly.
Yes.
See how well you remember the different types of sterilization monitoring by completing the following activity. Checking the gauges and reading on the sterilizer is an example of
Physical monitoring.
good memory. Blank change color when they are exposed to conditions for sterilization.
Indicator.
Biologic monitoring. Oh, process indicators. Yeah.
Blank respond to variables in temperature, pressure, and time.
Biological monitoring. Oh,
Temperature, pressure, and time.
Process indicators.
just
Temperature, pressure, and time. Integrators. Remember the ones we put inside the package? So the ones you put in the package are integrated.
okay.
Okay, so in and in, that's how you can remember it. Integrated goes in the package, and that responds to temperature, pressure, and time. A process integrator, oh look, this is easy, should be an easy one, is placed blank the instrument package. We just talked about this. Integrator is placed
Inside.
inside, right. A process indicator is placed on the blank of the instrument package.
Outside.
Right.
No,
So integrator is placed into, integrate into.
Indicators
Indicators
outside.
on the outside.
Tricky.
Spore testing is a form of,
Biological monitoring.
Mm-hmm.
good. Biologic monitoring must be performed and documented on a,
Weekly.
Wait.
Weekly.
spore test must be blank after going through the sterilization cycle.
Documented.
Culture.
Remember I said I haven't seen them since school. That's the one with all the little vials in it. You have to like, I don't know, put drops in them and it's very advanced. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so let me write down that next week we're starting up with chapter 22. And in this one, lesson 2, principles and techniques. Okay, before you guys leave today, if you have Gmail accounts, if you want to give them to me, and then anyone who couldn't get onto the quiz, if you want to just try one more time and I'll help you if I can. Does anyone have a Brian, you got into the quiz already, right?
Oh, yep.
And you gave me your Gmail.
Yep.
See you next week.
I created a
All right.
email.
Thank you so much.
Take care. I'll see you next week.
Thank you, you too. Bye.
Okay. You created a Gmail?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to type it for me?
I did. It's Anna Judy 77 at
Oh,
Gmail.
you sure did. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. I didn't-
I had put it the one before. Okay.
Okay. So let me go, because I already created this. Classroom infection control. Um.
Okay, your test is loaded already, so I think I could get into the test.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to get into the test.
Do we use the same passcode for all the tests?
This is the classroom code. I'm having a hard time inviting you guys for some reason. It's not letting me invite you.
Is there a time limit for the quiz? Or I just can have it?
I did not put time limits on.
Oh, okay. So anytime that I just can come back and redo it.
I put it up for 3 months.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Um, did you give me your Gmail?
Yeah.
Actually, if you don't, you did give it to me? Oh, you did. I'm having a hard time. It's not letting me invite any of you for some reason to the
Maybe
classroom.
we're
So
still
do you
logged
mind?
Does it have to do because we still logged in?
It shouldn't because they're not connected to each other.
Okay.
But this is the link to get in right here. So, I mean, I can do one of two things. I can either, I wonder, what did I make this under? I might have made it under my other school account. If I did, that would be why it's not letting you guys in. It says can't invite student from this domain. I don't know why. I should be able to. Well, do me a favor, copy that link. If you don't mind copying this link and trying to get into my classroom. Otherwise, I will have to work on that. There's nothing in it right now, but I'll put everything into it. Will you copy this link and try to get in there? This link. I think it's because it's from the other school I work at, and it's only letting people in from that have a school address, maybe. Did anyone try to get into it?
I got into one. I'm sure I could get into the other ones as well.
No, this one you got into?
No, not this one. Not yet.
You got into the tests.
Yes.
So this is the Google Classroom.
Okay. No, I haven't gotten in.
I was able to get into the
tests.
the test, the sterilization one, not the first link.
So the sterilization one is this and the BTHBG.
Right, sterilization, BT. That one I was able to get into, not the first one, the mock test.
The mock test is this one.
PJL 9A, mock test too,
Mm-hmm.
right? I'm trying. All right, let me try one more time.
It's just PJL9A. That's just the code.
Right, but it also asks for
A name?
full name.
Just put your full name in.
My name?
Yeah.
Oh,
You can just put your first name. I don't really care with an initial. I don't think it cares what name you put in.
really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right?
all right, hold on.
Mhm.
PJ
I'll get into the class.
L9. Okay. No, it says access code is not valid. PJL9A.
It's not letting you in?
No. The sterilization, I got in. I had no problem with that one. But the other one, I wasn't able to.
PJL9A.
PJL9A. PJ, right, all capitals. Oh, I'm in.
Okay.
Thank
I was like, I'm looking at it. I think it's the same.
No, I wasn't able to get in before.
So weird. So, you know, sometimes they. Okay. We'll
865D28WS.
I just got into one, just infection control.
okay.
What's the other one?
The other one is the mock test. That's the second one.
It says that I'm in Google Classroom, but I can't actually join the class yet. It says wrong account. This account does not have access to this classroom.
Okay. So here, what I need to do is then I need to open it in a different, it's my fault. It's because I have it open in under my, under my wrong Google account. Still should let me
Your
in.
name is Nicole or Lois?
Nicole.
Okay. Can you write your email so that
course.
when I have my Gmail account, I will email it to you?
Mm-hmm. Give me 1 second. This is
Not letting me sign in.
I got it. Thank you.
okay. So let me go on here. I just opened it in my other email. So let me see if I can.
What's the class code?
That is for which one? For the mock test?
Yes.
Capital P, capital J, capital L, 9A, right here. I'm gonna try to invite you from these email addresses that you have, and see if it works. And we'll go from there. And then if it doesn't, then we'll have to get Gmail. That's all. I feel like I'm missing someone here, though, aren't I? Anna, Judy. All right, here. Okay, it let me invite all of you. So if you guys get an invitation, just join it. I'm gonna put everything in there. If you aren't able to get in, just I put my email address right here, the nlessiger24. So just email me with a new address. Okay, but all of you should have gotten an invite to the addresses that you gave me. Okay?
Okay, perfect.
All right, and Aylin, did you get into the 2 tests? You got in? Natalia, you're in the 2 tests?
I'm in the 2 tests and I just got the invitation.
Oh,
for-
perfect. Okay. So I think it went out to everyone. I just think I was trying to use my school address and it was like, nah, these people don't go to your school. Oh, okay. Perfect. I will see all of you next week then. If you have any questions, just email me.
Great.
All right. And if you have any questions about the test, just shoot me an email.
Okay.
Okay.
perfect.
Thank you so much,
Bye. See you next week.
everybody.
Bye.